in trouble as well. Basic, unable to get the final hit, but he moves on to Black instead. Able to take him down 3 for 0 and falling, continues the fight, moves on to final, gets the triple kill. Triple on to Khan, the decimation, the Maniac, is it the Savage? Yes, easy peasy with the first one in NACT. Best player on a killing spree now. Mark Judy with Poison Lead in the backside. Jules Judy there as well with that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle Pip, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in onto Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be Powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow. And luckily Zero is able to find Joybog there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Mobile Zane.
Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find Bokarasa. Blazing duet from Sleep. Hoon finds Dino. Zio finds ZPZ. Coppola takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Third Chicken goes down. Fried Chicken finds Demon. Yato finds Fallen. 3 members dropping. Mobazane drops down Tokeneck. Arvel very low. Falling engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvel. Spree activated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling, and Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Coppola is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Bokarasco. Oh, look at the high. He plays with the passing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him. They will press him down. And oh my goodness! Zia stills the Lord from Mobile Zane.
Is down, traded for Coppola, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's round takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Down goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Code. Matty for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that Mortal Coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Mobazane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Coppola here, looking for the finish, gets the final shot. That's a godlike kill over the side of best player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and best player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he lock on? He's under the tower, he doesn't care. Bokarasco trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hand.
How is Silvaria getting caught so close to Naruto?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch. ISO able to take the tower. Fly Chicken a little bit of trouble. Possible Black Dragon, but wait, everyone's getting melted down. Yato picking up a kill. It's 4 taken away from Avalon, all for the price of none. Zia into the backside with the Blazing Duet, able to find Mobazane. ISO getting brought low as well. Fly Chicken trying to get out of here. Can he do it once again? Not strong, but Meal flickers in and gets him. It's a trade. ISO picking up another kill though. Shark getting low as well. Yato flickers in and finds Shark, but taken out from Zia.
Blazing Duet dropping down. Merciless joining the party there low. DPR hits the decimation. Finds Avery. Gets a double. As he gets uneven. Gets DPR to a triple. As he finds Magic. A Maniac takes down Black. The co-alter to save him in the midst of the battle. Matthew finds Mikasa, unpunished, a counterplay. Regrets is gonna take down Myth. Kai's gonna take down Khan. Tyrant very low. Kai finds Matt for you. Another body drops. Regrets picks up a double. Finds Tyrant. Knights of Fate. They have the numbers. Trying to get into the backline, does not find Demon though. He's able to get out of that range. Marcuti, a slight mistake and Basic will punish. Takes him out. That is a 3 for none trade. Make that a 4 for none trade. As now falls, Basic wraps around, picks up the kill for a double. Merciless, nowhere to go. He does have Zero wrapping around. A good rotation from the Knights of Fates to punish. The mobilization, Curse of Blood. Regrets is going to take down Sleeps. Did they get another? Copeland's gonna find zero. Boko Roscoe taking down Regrets.
Meanwhile, in the back, trying to go ahead and hold him off. Kai, big penalty zone with the flicker there, activates the Cold Altar. Is that going to be enough? Down goes zero. And you can see Basic putting out the damage there. Yato with the cleanup there. Regrets in a bad way. T comes in, puts the damage on Regrets. Mobazain out to the back line, takes him out, finds himself almost the double there. No, he does find the double as ISO takes the tower. Does go wide. Joy Maj gets taken out by best player. Now set his sights onto ISO and another kill, a double for best player. Ooh, Zane trying to make them pay for it. Look at the taunting by best player. Recalls are out. Immortality for Super Shark has been activated. That's a complete wipe for BTK.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazain's retry skill on the test, or even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in that voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kacha couldn't come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Martis.
Yeah. In the voice chat I said Kacha, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Wait, when you hooked Martis, what did they say? Like, oh.
I mean, we just 5. It's just a matter. I mean, it's even better if I hook Madis there. So yeah.
Now that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let Sia die because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything, and we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight. So I just ult Lin for the better, and we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comp. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see best player here, but then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me as the Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked the Minotaur, completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Rames also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Rames in one shot.
Power dive, but they've like used all their utility.
Yeah, it was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you
And it worked
recalling
out
right
pretty
here?
well. Oh, yeah, I was, a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know?
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think he played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, yeah, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know. It's just like all situations are different.
And he's like, if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
I mean, for me, Carlos, I think he stopped doing the recalling. Sometimes he might die.
Oh yeah.
Up the game. But yeah, he did good the whole time, so it's fine.
Wait, so there's times where he like recalls and then he dies, and then it's just like a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say to your fans?
For anybody that's out there, support TOB and make sure to support me and the BTK brothers out there in ISF.
Shifting gears to the fateful showdown of the underdogs, Stage 2 witnessed a major reshuffle as KnightsofFate stepped up their games. These NA gems has finally made a mark with their overpowered mechanics and high versatility as they secured a top 3 finish with some of the most unconventional and head-turning drafts. Now, I've managed to get Zero and Powerless, the mastermind behind KnightsofFate, to answer some questions that you're dying to know.
Powerless and Zero, you guys have 2 weeks until next series come, and you're in a good position because we talked about in the last recap like how many points you need to get in order to make a comeback, and then for the bottom teams after around stage 1, you needed to get at least a top 3 play, and then you guys made it. You guys were the only team that made it through and got the top 3 finish in stage 1, in stage 2. So moving to the next round, a lot of our fans have been watching you guys since 2020, and I've actually put a lot of hopes in you guys too. So moving to next stage, are there any like changes that you guys are deciding to make to secure that top 3 finish, or how confident you are?
I'm pretty confident that we can get the top 3 again.
I too am confident with how it's going right now. I
think we just need a little more time to figure out a game plan and draft. Because in all honesty, this week we only kind of planned for Avalon, and we were like, yo, we're not going to be able to play the rest of the games. We're too tired for this. We don't know what to do. So we kind of just went along with it. We really only planned for winning against Avaternal.
As discussed in our last recap, getting a top 3 placement is critical for some of these teams to get a foot back in the game. Now, KnightsofFate made it happen, but not everyone is just as lucky. Despite Area 77 coming in line with DPR landing that double Savage and Maniac in just 1 game, it wasn't enough. Bloodhounds also fell down the safety zone, putting their fate on the line. So stage 3 is where the real race begins, as Avalon, KnightsofFate, and Bloodhounds have to battle it out neck to neck on points to defy all odds and secure their quarterfinal tickets. But hey, anything can happen in the Land of Dawn, as there are still 2 weeks until our warriors reunite in the battlefield after ISF. This is also a reminder for everyone to check out ISF, where Best Player is joining BTK to represent the United States in Romania. Now, as that's happening, we're also looking at the first open period for NACT teams making roster adjustments. And based on the changes we've speculated and heard, it might be just what the teams need to turn their fortunes around in the last stage. I'm your host, Liz. This is your recap of the NACT and your journey to M5. I'll see you next time.
Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams. The dream for each team. Take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this: you will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
Welcome back, Mobile Legend fans. We are back with Day 2, Stage 3 of the North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season. Today we are going to see who will secure their spot in the upper bracket. I am your host for today, Cena Lily, and I am joined by the boisterous Potato King himself, Private Dancer, and the one and only Steph Weezy. How are you guys doing? Are you super pumped?
We're pumped. Don't attempt to adjust your screens. It is Private Dancer here sitting in for Eunice, and you get yourself a double dose of Dancer here, but who better to try to match the energy of the one and only Steph Weezy?
I had to clean my glasses off real quick. I was like, wait a minute, that's not Eunice, but nonetheless, super excited, Private, to be able to cast alongside. It's been a little minute since we got to cast together, so this will definitely be a fun one.
I'm super excited to be here with you two. But before we move on, let us look at the tournament format. We had 96 teams join, but only 8 teams remain. The regular season has 3 stages. Stage 1 was single eliminations, and stage 2 and 3 will be the double eliminations. Point systems will be awarded based on how each team performs. Points will tally up to show the top 4 going to the playoffs in Los Angeles County, California. There we'll find out who our NACT champ is, and they will be representing us in North America. They will be representing North America at M5 in the Philippines. Let us review the brackets for stage 2. Weezy, can you take us through this?
I'd definitely be delighted to, as we are now in stage 3, day number 2. Today we will be seeing the Ohio Brothers go up against the Knights of Fate in a best of 3. Following that will be BTK up against Avalon in a best of 3 as well. And then the winners from both series will fight it out in the winners finals in a best of 5.
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing here. It's kind of the same story we've been seeing here, but I have a feeling that we're gonna have some surprises in store, especially with the roster change-ups that have been happening this week. However, these teams are fighting for pride and honor, but pride and honor don't pay the bills. You can see here, first place gonna be awarded with $10,000 and 100,000 diamonds. Second going to be walking away with $5,000 and 75,000 diamonds. Third place gonna be having $2,500 and 50,000 diamonds. And you can see there the rest of it, first through 8th place, going to be walking away with something here for the NACT. That's just a lot of cash, and it just keeps growing.
Yes, and that is not where we're gonna stop. We've got a giveaway for our amazing fans as well, guys. We've got 40 giveaway codes on screen. Redeem the code for a chance at one of these permanent skins. We have the Dark Rose, Professor of Hell, Glass Blade, Space-Time Shadow. You can redeem this code with a link in the description, so be sure to check the description for that link to enter these codes right now before you miss your chance. Which of these skins do you like, guys?
Well, I have to say, I've already had a problem with skins. I get them as soon as they come out. I've had my eyes set on some of the new ones that have been coming out as well. But we can take a look here, Weezy, at the standings.
Yeah, right now you are looking at the Ohio Brothers still holding on to that top position. Right behind them, BTK. But I think the most interesting thing is 3rd and 4th place, right? You got 150 points for Avalon, and right behind them is Knights of Fate. But if you look at 5th and 6th, they're not too far behind, right? I mean, Bloodhounds is trailing up against Knights of Fates, and I feel like it's not too stable of a position. So today, you're going to be seeing these top teams kind of try and hold on to the spots they have as we are looking at the current standings.
Yes, and before we get into this match between the Ohio Brothers versus Knights of Fate, let's check where our caster predictions are. I voted for the Ohio Brothers as they've been dominating, but looks like UA is voting for the Knights of Fate, which they have been doing an amazing job this season. Right, guys?
Yes, they have, and it's almost awe-inspiring. Xena sitting there at the top of the mountain for predictions here, but it's very hard to kind of choose against the Ohio Brothers here right now. They have been so dominant, Wheezy.
Yeah, they definitely have been dominant, right? And we just got to go with the statistics here. They've just been having a little bit of an easier time when it comes to these matches, so today, maybe we see an upset, but time will tell. But when we're looking at UA, right? I mean, what's going on? We call him the mad scientist for a reason, right? Maybe he's on to something. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a shocker today.
Yes, it's time. Oh, player substitution. Looks
yeah,
like
we can
Regrets
see
is being,
Yeah, Regrets is going to be out here for Sir Bossy is going to be sitting in. And we saw it's kind of like a little bit of a mix up there. Sir Bossy going to be going into the roam position, while the actual marksman position, as we saw last, or actually yesterday, Powerless is going to be sitting in that position, otherwise known as Ooga Booga. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this kind of, yesterday, very successful. And we know how flexible Knights of Fate are, but will that same flexibility hold strong against a team like the Ohio Brothers?
Yeah, I think that's $1 million question right there. Looking at Knights of Fate, just yesterday looking at their games, right? I mean, it looked like it was going to go in favor for the Bloodhounds, but then out of nowhere, they got to come back and they kept grinding. And honestly, I've been seeing Knights of Fate, even though it's a player substitution, the synergy is there. But, you know, today is definitely going to be one of the biggest challenges that they've had going up against the superstar team in that #1 position, TOB. Do they have what it takes to take them down?
Yes, that is the question. Go ahead, Private.
Oh, yeah, so I was just going to say that we've seen, especially when the picks come up from Powerless, you've got that Hanabi pick that marks this kind of outside-the-box marksman's picks, which were actually very successful yesterday and have built him a very strong following when it comes to the viewers. However, I mean, we're talking about them being able to go up against a team that is at the top of their class right now.
Yes, and speaking of these two teams, it's time to get these games started. We're now going into the draft for the Ohio Brothers versus the Knights of Fate.
Well, and like I was saying here, the Knights of Fate, the biggest thing that we've been seeing from them, two things for me that stand out. Zero and the assassin on the mid. He's so flexible. He's got so many picks that he can go with. And that assassin mid usually counteracts maybe, I want to say, hesitant rotations from enemy teams, where he's able to get in there, get those pickoffs, and return to his lane. However, we're not talking about a team that is a slouch. We're talking about probably the #1 roam in North America here. So you've got vision, you've got rotations, you've just got a strong synergy on that team.
I think you hit it right on the money, right? I mean, the Ohio Brothers, definitely top of the tier, top of the craft. Knights of Fate, definitely going to have to work hard for this victory. You mentioned Zero. He's been dominant inside of the mid lane. Also, very three-dimensional when it comes to drafting, right? You pull out the Gushin, he still dominates on that. Not too many mid laners can do that in North America from what we see. Not too many would even risk pulling that out. But he does his thing on it, and he does a really great job. So, looking at what we're currently seeing today, right? TOB, how do you shut them down? How do you stop them? Well, I think #1 is not letting best player get comfortable, right? We see too many people letting him run the assassins, and then he kind of dominates on it. But when he runs more of those tankier positions, he's not too much of a threat that teams have to really worry about. So I think #1, definitely kind of denying the assassin pickups that he can pick.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for me is look at the bans for the Ohio Brothers. You've got Freya, Hanabi, and Harley. Who would have ever thought you would have seen bans like that? But that's what Knights of Fate brings to the table. It's just such an outside-the-box composition that you have to kind of worry about some of those comfort picks, because they're not just comfort picks when it comes to the Knights of Fate. They fit into a very good slotted plan there. But is it going to be enough? We do see that the Ling getting taken off the table for Knights of Fate. We've seen them run that 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 mid assassin. We've seen them run that trio fighter composition. We're gonna see what they have in store. As we've seen from some of the interviews, Knights of Fate, they were kind of slouching when it came to the plans against people like BTK and the Ohio Brothers. Do they have something in store here for the semifinals of the top bracket?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at the draft so far, it's not too off the money, right? I mean, we see the Hanabi, but we seen yesterday, right? Knights of Fate went up against the Bloodhounds, and they won the game with the Hanabi, right? Every time you think it's not going to work, they pull it off. But I think it kind of works in their favor from, like, playing to the late game. You know, me and you kind of had a discussion about it. Like, when it comes to 20 minutes in, it doesn't matter about the objectives. It just matters who can win that fight, and that's when that Hanabi starts to shine, right? But they got to play to the late game. With a team like the Ohio Brothers, they usually try and finish the game fast, right? We're talking about 12 minutes, 14 minutes, probably the first Lord if you're not careful. So they got to definitely be on their A game. When I'm looking at TOB, first pickup from Milo. Gonna go ahead and pick up that Uranus. It's definitely been a solid option, right? Almost the unkillable. Yeah, he took a little bit of a hit, a little bit of a nerf, but still, you can walk away with that consecration, kind of like a free purify if you must. So we got to see how Knights of the Fate will respond to that.
I do like the pickup of a Fredrin here because it is still kind of flexible, still could go into the jungle, still could be an XP laner here. While it doesn't really match up against Uranus during the laning phase, what he brings as a CC and team synergy more than kind of makes up for it. And we see in an answer to it, we get, oh, that's a lot of CC. We pick up the Valir and the Eve on the side of the Ohio Brothers. And what I was also going to say is the Knights of Fate, while they're able to kind of take advantage of these holes in enemy gameplay, the Ohio Brothers, when you talk about top of their class, each player almost always has a highlight reel when it comes to their matches. Each player does exactly what they're supposed to be doing in their position, and they're almost like, I want to say, I dare say, like #1 in their position in North America, just all stacked onto one team. And then that enables the rest of the team to kind of do even better here. We're going to be moving into the second banning phase as we see the X-Borg picked up for Knights of Fate.
Yeah, the X-Borg definitely going to be an interesting one, right? I mean, we see Knights of Fate pull it out yesterday, and it worked out for them, so hey, why not try it out again? I think another interesting thing here is the Ohio Brothers pulling out the Eve, right? They're able to let that slip through the cracks. We know Hoon has been a master, a wizard in the mid lane that you're definitely going to have to watch out for, but there are some counters on the table. We're looking at Sir Bossy, new little sub-in, swapping in there for their own position. Does have the Kufa to be able to dive in, possibly set that Eve and pick her off, but it may not be the easiest battle. I guess they do have Mikasa as well, the last Insanity to dive and get out with a little bit of that extra immortality from that ultimate, but we have to see how this goes. But how do you feel about the Valir pick?
I feel like the Valir pick was put out there in case we're going to be looking at a triple fighter composition from the Knights of Fate. That's a good counter to be able to kind of push them all away, keep them stationary here, especially because if you look at Sir Boss, I believe Sir Bossy, correct me if I'm wrong, he is an XP main. So if you're going to go ahead and try to switch around that roster again to the point where maybe you don't have Powerless in the marksman position, you put him back on the roam, and instead of having Sir Bossy on the marksman, you put him on another fighter there, which is maybe what the Ohio Brothers are kind of seeing from the draft and trying to prepare for when it comes out here. We do see the rest of the another assassin taken out there, as well as the Brody for the Knights of Fate, and then that Bruno taken out for the Ohio Brothers.
That's right. I mean, currently we're still waiting for the marksmans to show up, right? We don't know who's going to be running in that gold lane so far. When you're looking at the Ohio Brothers, they have great frontline damage, right? You have the Uranus who can go in and be a little bit of that gnat that you just can't swat away. Then you also have Super Shark, who's going to be running this Valir. Also use those burst fireballs, like you said, for those frontline compositions, which we do see Knights of Fate currently having, right? Frederick's going to have a hard time when it comes to trying to take these neutral objectives if Super Shark can get in the right position. And like you stated, one of the best roamers, if not the best roamer in North America, you're going to have to watch out for that. But I think in terms of what they still need, right? We're looking at the Ohio Brothers. They need late game damage, but the same thing goes for Knights of Fate.
I mean, we talk about late game. I'm a little bit more concerned about Mielo. Mielo's come onto the scene here. I believe he was a substitute last season, but he has come on so strong in the XP lane. You'd think that he was on their team for like years now for the Ohio Brothers. And once he gets rolling, especially in that early game, if you can't punish him for those early cuts, for those early rotations, he is going to be a monster coming into the late game. Do we we have something in the front, which I want to say Knights of Fate do take a little bit of time to start getting their compositions rolling here. And we could be looking at it maybe being a little bit too late once they actually start getting that damage, once they start actually being able to dish it out to the point where you're going to be so tanky on the side of the Ohio Brothers that it's already going to be impossible to stop.
Yeah, and now we are seeing both drafts being almost finalized, right? TOB gonna lock in that Beatrix for Zia. I like it, right? It's kind of a jack of all trades with multiple different weapon types to choose from, so it definitely can work. For Knights of Fate, maybe picking something to counter, it could be a possible game plan. Currently in their draft, though, it's full frontline composition, which is interesting to pull that out, especially up against Super Shark running this Valier. Maybe they're not really too worried about it, but it does work in best player's favor. He's running the Martis, he has the Mortal Coils, he has the anti-CC. So when you have the front lines who try and rush up, apply some slow on him, it's not really going to affect him. And we've seen it, right? The first hero in the NACT fall season to get a Savage was a Martis. So definitely going to have to watch out for that.
Yeah, that's a great early game pickup for the Ohio Brothers. And on the other side of the Knights of Fate, I don't see too much on the early game. I'm a huge fan. I love Bane. I play him all the time. Top in North America right now. But when it comes to these type of compositions, Bane is kind of a sucker for getting jumped. I mean, like if you can get close to him, if you can close the distance on him, he is pretty squishy to have to deal with. Sure, you have that crab claw cannon, which can kind of deflect off of, maybe hit somebody in the back line. But I have a feeling the Ohio Brothers spacing is going to be to a point where you're not going to be able to really take advantage of it. I do like this pickup here by a Zero. You do have the Joy getting picked up, so that's going to give them the early game that they were missing.
Yeah, and you know, looking at Knights of Fate's draft, I'm a little worried with them not having a marksman, right? I mean, it can work out in theory if everything goes according to plan in the early game, get the neutral objective, scale with the additional XP boost from the turtle. But if it doesn't go in their favor, you're going to give that goal lane such an advantage because Beatrix, Zia, he can fight from afar with little to no penalty. I'm expecting Knights of Fates to possibly go in with a dive to be able to take him out.
Yeah, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the first game of the Knights of Fate taking on the Ohio Brothers. And you're exactly correct. We've seen Zia take 3 deaths from BTK and still out-farm ISO in the gold lane. So if you even give him an advantage coming from that, you're going to be in a world of trouble. As we move into the emblems here, you see a whole lot of agility picked up for the side of the Ohio Brothers and tenacities across the board there. They are definitely looking to kind of keep that protection up for the early game. Big knockup.
On the way for Shark, taking some massive damage, but hey, it's still the early game. He definitely can get out of there with little to no penalty, but you make an excellent point. That has to be the most tenacities I think I've seen so far on one side for a team in the NACT fall season.
Yeah, so and that's the thing too, is while it doesn't really, a lot of these emblems aren't really too carried over when you get to the late game, early game they have such an effect, and they're definitely looking at, especially when we were talking about the rotations that you usually get from Zero and those early ganks that the Knights of Fate are able to put on. We have 3 kind of traveling here to the mid, and Zero's going to go ahead and back up. But like, it's very interesting to see, and I definitely want to see if they have changed maybe their plans when it comes to this early game, where I want to say the Knights of Fate have had the most trouble.
And you know, looking at the current matchup so far, I'm trying to play it out in my head on where exactly are they going to go with this. When you're looking at Knights of Fate, right, you have this Bane in the top side. So yeah, he can kind of go toe-to-toe and clear the minions, but may have a little bit of a harder time out-farming Zia. But speaking about hard times right there, Mikasa almost finding himself in a 3v1 situation and a takedown, but able to get out to safety. But in the mid lane, some damage on the Super Shark again. Going to use the Searing Turret for a double knockback on Zero and Serbasi.
And already an invade into the purple buff.
And this just shows how best player is definitely known for one of the top junglers in North America, but down goes that real-world manipulation from Hoon. The stun onto Zero and Super Shark drawn first blood. Best player taking down Kai. 2 kills left unanswered for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, that early game right now. Knights of Fate starting to struggle a bit. They have their purple buff taken away, securing a turtle for the side of the Ohio Brothers, and they pick up 2 kills. So right now they're already narrowly getting about a 2K gold lead over the Knights of Fate.
And Powerless find himself in a 2v1 situation. Use the Deadly Sketch, does connect on to Zia. Shark trying to wrap around. Serbasi there to protect his ADC.
Yeah, and right now, and here's the kind of switch up too. We have Powerless. I do like Powerless I do like the Bane in them. Oh, Powerless actually meant, oh, it misses the Crab Claw Cannon. Just when you thought you had the element of surprise, a little bit of a whiff there, and Super Shark is just putting on the CC.
But may have overstayed his welcome. Powerless, same deal. Zia picks up the kill. A little bit of a misplace. Shark will fall into the hands of Sir Bossy, but best player draws a kill himself. Is going to go ahead and take down Mikasa.
Which is an all right trade. You lose your roam, but you put a kill onto your marksman. So this is a great deal and a great trade for the Ohio brothers here when it comes to scaling.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking at scaling, right? We mentioned Zia. He's already 1-0-0, picked up his first kill, while on the other side of the board, Powerless picked up his first death. But speaking about invasion, speaking about TOB, there it goes again. The invasion on the purple buff, Grand Theft Purple. They got to find a way to stop this.
Yeah, and there are 4 members of the Ohio brothers, and this is what we were talking about there. The Knights of Fate having trouble here trying to secure this. And this is what you want to do when you have that early game advantage. Not just try to get those kills, but start refusing the farm from the Knights of Fate. So that means that once you even get into the late game, when the Knights of Fate are supposed to be scaling, you're going to be so far behind that it's going to be a pretty incredible feat of trying to kind of even the odds there. Zia doing a good job. He doesn't know where everybody is on the map, so he's well behind his tower trying to watch out for a gank.
Yeah, speaking of ganks, Last Insanity called out from Mikasa, trying to hold off his lane from Milo and Best Player on the 2v1 situation, but they're not letting their foot off the gas. They're going to go ahead and put some more pressure in and take down Mikasa, Best Player, with the decimation, and now stripping the gold off that turret. But speaking of gold, speaking of objectives, battle in the Turtle Pit, Zia is going to find Sir Bossy. Turtle does go to Kai with the Retribution on the Fredgen for the Knights of Fate, but now Hoon, very low, tries to get away, but wait a minute, Shark with the outplay, the stun in the turret is going to find a kill. Yet another takes down Zero.
The patience of Shark to hold off on that CC until, not to save his teammate, but to wait for Zero to be in a perfect position underneath tower to get that stun. This is what we were talking about when we talk about just the incredible roaming, the incredible know-how of somebody like Shark around the map here. And right now, 7-1, Knights of Fate are well behind the curve.
Yeah, you mentioned that, right? Huge advantage when it comes to the kills and the gold. Down by about 4.5k right now. Definitely need to find some answers and fast. We know TOB is a team capable of ending these games early, and it looks like that's the game plan as they take down the mid lane turret and still trying to fight it out and pick up some kills. Maybe get a little bit more than they were looking for, but battle still on the way. Manipulation dropping down. Sir Bossy winding up, cancels it out. Still caught by the manipulation from Hoon, and it just shows you TOB is having total control of this game so far.
Yeah, Mielo right now, he's already at that point. Unstoppable for Uranus. He's able to dive into these towers. Hoon is going to be there zoning them out with that real-world manipulation. And if they try to get close, if they try to dive over it, you have Shark there laying down the law with all of that CC. Last Insanity, though.
Does go out. Milo at about a quarter of HP. Very low. Tries to get out, but Sir Bossy for the denial is going to take him down. That is 2 kills so far for Knights of Fate, but at what cost? They lost 2 turrets in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's kind of those equivalent exchanges you have there. Yellow did his job. He was in there causing a ruckus, getting all of the aggro on him for them to waste their abilities onto him while the minions and the rest of the Ohio brothers were able to take down that tower. So, I mean, they get the kill, but I want to say like that was basically part of the plan for the Ohio brothers in the first place. And now you've completely pushed in the mid lane, this entire jungle. If you thought the Ohio brothers were in your jungle before, now that you don't have the protection of those towers, it's going to be madness.
Yeah, and you mentioned the 2 kills, and both of them landed into the hands of Sir Bossy, so that is the roamer picking up both kills for Knights of Fates, which is going to kind of hurt them a little bit more, but the turtle is going to go to TOB, second turtle of the game. We did see Knights of Fate claim 1, but it was not enough, and speaking of advantages, down goes the tier 2 turret on the top side.
Yeah, and this is the problem too, especially with some of these picks when you have a full melee composition. The worst thing for you is to be fighting from behind. If you've ever wondered, oh, actually, we can go ahead and take a look at some of the items here. You can see on the side of the Ohio brothers already has the Oracle for Mielo there, so he's going to be able to kind of counteract even before they've gotten any anti-CC on or anti healing on the side of the Knights of Fate. You've already got an Oracle there, so that's just telling you how big and how strong they are right now. BOD and Malefic Roar already picked up for Zia as well, and he is well ahead of Powerless's Bane right now.
And they might be breaking records. I mean, we're 8 minutes in and they're down to their inhibitor turrets. That is definitely not the easiest thing to pull off, but how will they respond as you are now seeing a battle on the way? Sirbatsi very low, able to get back with barely any HP, but I think one of the most interesting things when we looked at those items was Zia, right? You're already seeing him stacking up that gold, a rich guy in the making, up by 2,000 gold against Powerless with the huge advantage that they have, and this is where it's going to hurt Knights of Fates, right? They don't have a marksman to carry them through the late game, and they didn't win the early objectives, so now TOB definitely having a better advantage to close it out.
And we see Powerless is just now picking up the Sea Halberd, maybe trying to look for something to hopefully counter Yellow. But like I said, he already went for the early Oracle, so you're only going to be able to kind of do it down. I think if my math is correct, you're only able to kind of bring it down by like the healing down by like 20%. And for a Uranus, that's not going to be enough to kind of stop him unless you have the damage to be able to back it up.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see if they have a plan to turn this around, right? I mean, Knights of Fate didn't have the easiest time against Bloodhounds yesterday, but they played to the late game and it worked. But this time, I don't know if they have the composition for that, but I'm not going to count them out. I'm hoping that maybe they can turn this around and have a little bit of a fair chance, because right now, this is a total domination from TOB. But you are going to see that Lord go into the hands of the Ohio Brothers, yet another objective in their favor.
Yeah, one-man wrecking crew here. Mielo on the Uranus, able to hold off the entire team. Zero in a little bit of trouble. The rest of Knights of Fate gonna come in, but we looking lad, we have a fight here.
Yeah, fight on the way. Manipulation dropping down. Deadliest catch from the opposite side of the playing field from Powerless. Not gonna really hit the mark though. It's looking like TOB's trying to open up the base, right? They're looking to claim an inhibitor turret.
And this is usually sometimes we talk about mistakes when it comes to kind of rushing at the enemy base before the Lord gets there. But when you have such a commanding lead before the 10-minute mark, I mean, there's really nothing Knights of Fate. We've seen, Sir Boss is going to go ahead and try to set something up here.
Yeah, definitely trying to set it up. Last Insanity going down. Zia is going to take down Sir Bossy. Gets a double, finds Kai. Lord still intact, but gets bursted down from Powerless in the deadliest catch. But do they claim the inhibitor turret for the mid lane? No, they do not get it. The minions do fall in the process, but they are now going to shift focus to the bottom side.
That just kind of shows the patience of the Ohio Brothers, the skill level there too. I mean, I might have been a little upset about leaving that much health on there, but Zia just goes ahead and cleans it up anyway. But they turned their attention right away. They knew what they needed to do. Go to the bottom, start cleaning up all of these towers, and we are on to the last high ground tower for the Knights of Fate.
And I don't think it's going to stand for that much longer. Look at Zia is going to go ahead and burst it down. And keep in mind, this was only the first Lord, and they took all the inhibitor turrets. Best player with the mega kill is going to find Powerless. Kai takes down best player for some revenge. Can they stop the push from TOB? Zia, unstoppable, finds Zero. Mikasa, Sirbatsi, Kai still left to defend. You are going to see minions in the mid lane, still pushing through. TOB, though, do they pull their punches, or do they stay and try and close it out?
Ooh, this looks like it might be the end. A little bit of an offense being put back by the Knights of Fate here. Oh, but Sir Bossy goes down. This might be a wrap for the Knights of Fate.
Yeah, it's definitely the million-dollar question right now. Mikasa goes in. Hoon with the double finds Kai. Mikasa's gonna find Super Sharp with the last Insanity. Hoon very low. Mikasa on the chase, but low himself. Immortality has been proc. Powerless, trying to deal some damage from afar, but wait a minute. Milo, the gnat that they're trying to swap away, is not planning on leaving anytime soon, but looks like they got a fly swatter and took him down. It looks like they were able to fend off their base, but at what cost? They lost all inhibitor turrets. We are only 11 minutes in.
And that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, you get the kills on there, you stop them from closing out the game at the 11-minute mark, but you've prolonged your life maybe 3 minutes, at least 23 seconds longer. You've prolonged your life at the base, but you have no more high grounds right now, and you're about, actually, I was going to say 10K gold behind, but they're about, they've kind of narrowed it down with getting a little bit of those kills there to about 6K gold lead for the Ohio Brothers. I don't want to call something completely out of their hands just yet, but I mean, this is a tall hill to climb for the Knights of Fate.
And you made an excellent point when we were back in the draft, right? Pay attention to Milo, right? He was kind of a sub in the past. We've seen him kind of playing with the Valley on the side, and now trying to step his way into the main roster. 0, 2, and 10 performance today. definitely impressive. Best player pulling out that Martis. We talked about how much of an early threat it can be. And look at it. It's right there. The proof is in the pudding. 4-1-2 KDA. But Zia, we mentioned this in the draft. Not having a marksman could be costly. And right now, Zia is definitely getting fed. He is 5-1-3. They need to find a way to disrupt the synergy from TOB.
Yeah, well, and then we didn't really have the sustain that we wanted, but this might be a wrap. We have Lord coming down mid.
That's right, a possible quick finish at the 13-minute mark is what the Ohio Brothers are looking for, but Knights of Fate not planning on gaining them this access, trying to fight it out. Zia is going to take down Kai. 1 kill for the favor of TOB. Last standing from Mikasa on to Zia, trying to take down the backline. Best play very low. Zero is going to find Super Shark, but down goes a base Crystal. TOB takes down Knights of Fates for game 1.
Just a well-oiled machine and plan from the Ohio Brothers. I was going to bring this up before when we got to it, and especially here. Game 1, basically Ohio Brothers throwing out the jabs, setting the tone for this series. They're letting them know these outside the box composition, there's a reason the meta is the meta. There's a reason that the Ohio Brothers are so strong in it as well. So, and while you may be able to take advantage of other teams in there, this one, you're not going to be having those same mistakes from the Ohio Brothers.
And right now, as we are looking at some of the stats on the board for the post game, right? Looking at the Ohio Brothers, 6-1-3 performance from Zia, basically unkillable. 11 purple buffs compared to 1 for the Knights of Fate, and this comes into the evasion plays for the early game that we've seen best player focusing on, denying the farm for Knights of Fate to even have a head start for an advantage.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem you run across with some of these picks. You get a fighter-centric composition, but we didn't really have any sustain, which is where I feel like the fighter-heavy compositions can shine, where you have maybe a Florin, maybe you have an Angela out there, kind of helping to keep them up so that your team isn't getting picked off, especially in the early game where I feel like the fighters are kind of at their weakest. Unfortunately, when we got into it, there was just a problem. They never were able to catch up after that early sprint from the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, and I think, the next question is, where do they go from here? I think number one is possibly finding a way to shut down Zia in the gold lane, and also finding a way to delay best player out farming your jungler. You got to protect those buffs at all costs, right? If you're not going to take the buffs and you need to rotate around and get a pick off, we need to see some type of trade that translates either in their favor or equals out the playing field. If not, we're just going to see TOB slowly climbing the objectives.
Well, and yeah, and that's kind of the problem too. Once when you had that Martis pick come out there and you didn't really have, I mean, there is no plan in the world with the composition that they had that they could, even if they would have gotten a group of them to try to protect that purple buff. Martis has a really great early game, and if you get a whole group of people around him, once he gets that first decimation, your team needs to scatter, or he's going to be looking at wiping out and laying out your entire team. That's why I said maybe a little bit of sustain on their team could have helped out a little bit better, and that's why I say there's a strong Knights of Fate out there that we saw from stage 2, and maybe right now we're kind of playing things a little too close to the chest when we're having all of these change ups, people playing different roles that they may or may not have been as comfortable on from before. But we're going to be moving into the second drafting phase.
Yeah, and we see it time and time again, right? This is not our first rodeo, not our first NACT, and we can definitely agree changing up the lineup can change up the entire team. It's like rolling the dice, and sometimes it can work in your favor, but sometimes it doesn't. And obviously right there, it wasn't the most amazing performance, but now we are on game 2. How do they respond back? Knights of Fate needs a game plan. They're first in the draft, wasting no time. They're going to go ahead and ban out that Uranus. Like we said, Milo, you mentioned it in the previous draft, a problem when left unchecked, and you don't want to give him a hero like the Uranus who's unkillable pretty much to a sense, and maybe that is a good start, but we have to see how they kind of scale through this draft.
The problem here is that I want to say, man, I want to say it tactfully, but the hero pool of the Ohio Brothers, just too much. You've got so many different ways for them to be able to kind of come at you. They banned out all of the assassins for best player. He goes Martis, thrashes you in the early game. Do you ban out Martis and maybe leave open the Lance, leave open the Ling for him to take now? Because, I mean, you've taken care of one problem, but now you've handed a whole new, just a box of problems for your team. It comes down to I don't even know where you go from here. There's maybe we go for a more conventional pick, but that's not where the Knights of Fate shine. They don't shine in conventional. They shine from outside the box. And that kind of specialty, I mean, it's I want to say it's like kind of on Zero and Powerless to kind of make up the difference there. If they can do something here to where they won't be losing lanes, where they can have that early game, they need to check boxes basically. CC, early game, and maybe a front line. Make sure that they have all of those boxes checked.
Yeah, and speaking of boxes checked, TOB not playing around. I mean, look at the bans again. It's the same thing that we've seen in game number 1. They're going to take out the Freya alongside the Hanabi again, right? This is just a pure direct ban for comfort picks for Knights of Fate. They're not going traditional meta. They're going for more of what they've seen this team play. And that goes to doing your homework, right? Knowing, like you said, hero pool, what they're capable of pulling off. It's definitely a tactful approach for the Ohio Brothers inside of this draft. Now, when we look at Knights of Fate, you mentioned TOB having a huge hero pool. Definitely hard to kind of find a way to disrupt their draft. And if you focus on best player, you create vulnerabilities elsewhere in the draft. But if you don't focus best player, he's going to profit. So you definitely have to pick your poison when it comes to drafting against them. And now looking at what we have so far, Lear's been banned out. We've got the Kaja off the table. That means one of the suppression heroes has been taken off the board. Maybe an assassin pickup may be on the way.
I mean, we're going to probably be looking at possibly a XP lane picked up here. It's been kind of the story for a lot of these matches here in North America. We pick up that XP lane, secure, at least get one lane where we know that we will be dominant, maybe not need as much help. Yeah, and so we go for the Terizla pickup immediately. But that's going to give the Ohio Brothers 2 picks of their own.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of dangerous, right? I mean, the Assassins are still up for play. They're going to go ahead and take up this X-Borg, which we've seen previously go to the Knights of Fate. So yet another hero that they're not going to be able to use in their favor. And they're going to take the Bruno as well. And we saw, I believe, Knights of Fate yesterday. I think they had the Bruno. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure they did, though. So they're trying to, like, not only outban them by comfort picks, but also pick their comfort.
What I'm going to be looking for from the Ohio Brothers here, you've got that Bruno, and he really shines when you've got that very thick front line. Bruno does need to get a little closer than most marksmen to be effective, to kind of get those crit stacks up before he's just lobbing planets at people through his kicks. So you're going to be looking at the Ohio Brothers to possibly be trying to build up that front line. Personally, I would want to be looking for something that could kind of like dish out and maybe kind of take that line down. We do see the early game being picked up here for the Knights of Fate. They're going to take away that Martis and pick up the Kufra. I want to say, as far as Kufras are concerned, when we talk about Kufras, Powerless All right, guys, I'm sorry about that. Mobile Legends always trying to keep us on our toes with this Wi-Fi. But we can see here, finishing and wrapping up the draft here for the Knights of Fate. I do like, this is a more standard composition from the Knights of Fate. We've heard it commented here yesterday. Trex talked a little bit about it, when Knights of Fate can go outside the box, but they also have the ability to kind of stay in the confines of the meta. Is that going to be enough here when they're taking on the Ohio Brothers, who have picked up, I want to say, a pretty decent draft here, especially with the Faramis?
Yeah, I mean, both drafts definitely have some interesting things about them. Zero is going to pick up that Kadita, which means they do have Group CC. They have Powerless on the Leslie to be able to fight from afar, right? Last time we seen him running the Bane. This time they are going to go in for a Marksman. So you kind of talked about ticking off those or checking off those boxes, and some of them are being checked off so far in the draft, and I'm honestly impressed as we are now jumping into game number 2. This is going to be the Ohio Brothers going up against Knights of Fate. Mind you, Knights of Fate needs this victory or it will be a clean sweep for TOB.
When I was talking about like those boxes that you have to check, it's kind of amazing to me, because when you look at the Ohio Brothers composition, I almost want to say there's just dimensional boxes that you didn't even really think of or consider when it comes to it, especially when it comes to, you have Super Shark on the Navaria, so you've got that long range sniping and poking ability. You've got, when you get close up, you're going to have Zia on the Bruno already putting some shots on the Powerless, almost taking him down to half health.
He's not letting go.
Oh, man.
Yeah, a lot of damage over there for Powerless. Definitely needing to watch out as Zia is not playing around. Another interesting thing is best player picking up this box here, right? We've seen it kind of making its starlight in the professional scene as one of the top junglers so far. And then Hoon kind of match it up with some sustainability, pulling out that Faramis. We didn't see too much sustainability in the last game, but this time, looks like the Ohio Brothers are trying to switch it up, but I feel like Knights of Fate, they're going more for a conventional draft, and I think I like what I'm seeing. It's just going to boil down to execution.
The problem here, Powerless might think twice. Okay, I was about to say, especially with how much Super Shark has been nailing him with those spheres. We can go ahead and take a look at the emblems here right now. A better mix up than we saw last time, where we had like all those tenacities on the side of the Ohio Brothers. This time we see a lot of those quantum charges, so they're favoring a lot of maneuverability, a lot of engagement here to see if they can kind of like close the distance between players from the Knight of Fate when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, and right now, right, we're looking at early game pressure for Kai working in his favor. We mentioned best player rotating around and taking that purple buff to give him the advantage to try and snowball in the early game, but this time around with the Martis, it is going to be a little bit tougher, right? Yes, best player does have a little bit of more mobility, especially with this Boxia, but he can't easily invade a hero like the Martis who can kind of tie you up in that chain CC.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the problem. Whoa, Super Shark and making it baser. Bossy might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets taken out. That's gonna be a first blood for Hoon. And this is what we were talking about, is just how skilled they are. Even when you think you have them in a position, a weak position, they just always know their limits. And we can see here another fight going on.
Penalty zone dropping down. Mikasa finding best player. Hoon is going to take down Kai. That is 2-1 on the board. TOB still leading the way in terms of kills, but Hoon very low. Mikasa as well. Milo joining the party with the fire missiles and the fire stakes. Does Mikasa fall? Yes, he does. 4-1 lead so far for TOB and a turtle in their hands.
Yeah, and I really like this Faramis in the mid position rather than the roam. Super Shark still, I mean, when you talk about like where the level gaps come from or where people's power spikes come from, Novaria only needs level 2 to really be effective. Her ult gives vision. Best player actually in a little bit of trouble here, getting down to half health.
Right, we were talking about his invasions, but it's not going to be the same story this time around, as Kai's going to hit him with the decimation and emote on his way out, just showing you that was our game plan all along. You can fool me once, but you definitely can't fool me twice. But on the top side, the turret does fall. The Ohio Brothers opening up the map. Zia is going to take down Kai, though. Maybe able to get another Sir Bossy trying to escape the power of the mecha legs, and Zia picks up a double.
Yeah, and here come the rest of the Knights of Fate, but it's already too late. 2 kills picked up for Zia there, and he's just diving in. This is what we're talking about. And then we have another realm out.
Yeah, another possible pickoff on the way, and TOB slowly inching their way up this map again. This is starting to look very similar to game 1. Yes, Knights of Fate was able to pick up a couple more kills in the early game, but they were not able to translate it into objectives. But it is not over yet. They have a conventional draft. They can definitely turn this around in their favor, but they may have to play to the late game if they keep falling to the TheOhioBrothers. Speaking of falling, though, Milo finds Kai with the last insanity. And now Mikasa joining the battle. Milo is going to get a double. Finds Sorbasi. Mikasa with the execution strike. Trying to find best player. Is going to get out of there with the ultimate sniper. Almost bursting him down. 4-10 so far. TOB stampeding through the Knights of Fate in the first 4 minutes.
And this is what I was talking about with the TheOhioBrothers, how they thread the needle with their picks, with their characters. They can get themselves into harm's way, but they always know just enough to be able to get themselves back out without taking a lot of those kills there. And we're seeing it here. There's a lot of great engagements from the Knights of Fate, but the TheOhioBrothers' reactions are just too quick to be able to kind of rebound and retreat away from it. And we're going to go ahead, start on this next turtle. Almost a 4K lead for the TheOhioBrothers at the 5-minute mark.
Speaking of the number 5, Zia picking up his 5th kill so far. No deaths. Definitely have to watch. I mean, look at the damage on a powerless. Sending him home packing. Doesn't want anything to do with that engagement. But Zia is not done on the chase. Best player is going to find Kai dominating the mid lane. May be able to open up this map even more if Knights of Fate doesn't find a way to stop them.
Zia alone against 3 members of the Knights of Fate on the flank. Powerless comes in there. Zia's like, oh, you want some? Starts nailing him with some balls. And it just, he's so menacing right now and so picked up. And Super Shark picks up a kill onto Mikasa.
This is insane. Not even 6 minutes in, 12-4, almost a 6,000 gold lead and 2 turtles. We haven't seen Knights of Fate take any objective. In order to turn this around, they gotta play patient, but Zero is gonna find a kill, is trying to help his team out the most he can. He hasn't really had the worst game, 3-0-1, but it is not enough with the one-man army as Zia is gonna take down Sorbasi, and they are gonna claim the turret in the mid lane. Picks up a double, finds Powerless a triple. If Mikasa's not careful, he's going in for the dive. Gets the triple. Mikasa responds from taking him down. Decimation from Kai is gonna find Hoon. Last sanity from Milo. Exploding, bursting Kai out of there.
What is working so well for the TheOhioBrothers is not only are they getting the kills, but they're pushing so hard and so fast that the Knights of Fate are forced to respond. It's almost like a Bruce Lee movie where the Knights of Fate have to filter in one by one.
I mean, yeah, and Bruce Lee's kicking those soccer balls right now because the damage on it is taking about half HP away from whoever it hits, and it's just showing you TOB is focusing on getting Zia fed. And Knights of Fate, it looks like they haven't really caught on, or even if they have, they haven't found a way to stop it. But something that works in the Knights of Fate's favor is they do have a late game marksman, Powerless, right? Yeah, he hasn't had the best early game start, 0-4-2, but the later this goes, maybe they turn it around. But TOB is a team known to try and close these out in the early finishes. But speaking of finishes, Zia is going to claim another turret, but Milo will go ahead and take down Mikasa in the process. 7-17 so far at the 7-minute mark.
Look at Powerless getting chunked down. That's been the story of this entire match.
My goodness. You know, I might have to ask him for that soccer ball, right? Get a little bit of an autograph on it on his way out after this game. But speaking of things, Sorbasi is going to find Super Shark on the over-aggressiveness. Now, Private, me and you have casted a lot of games, right? We've seen a lot of teams that have this advantage. Sometimes let it fumble through the cracks from being overly aggressive. I think TOB, yes, they have the advantage, but if they keep being aggressive, it may be costly. But speaking of costly, my God, Zia with a double is going to go ahead and take down Sorbasi, take down the turret in the mid lane. Mila picks up a kill, is going to find Powerless. One member left, Zia picks up a triple, finds Mikasa 0, left alone on an island, trying to shoot out an SOS and a flare for somebody to pick him up. TOB doesn't plan on giving him any breathing room.
8 minutes in and we're almost down to the high grounds. This is a school, a teaching to the Knights of Fate about just early game dominance. And I was just talking about this before. There's not much you can do when TOB is pushing so hard that you have to answer. Your entire team isn't even up yet and you have like 2 players left on your team. You're forced to try to answer these tower pushes, and we have another engagement here at the bottom tower.
Oh, Milo's gonna get a kill. is going to go ahead and find Zero. You are going to find one member down for Knights of Fate and an inhibitor for the bottom lane. Opened up from Zia. Unstoppable is going to find Powerless. The stun on the best player. Ult being activated from Hoon to save the team. Pick up another kill. Find Sir Bossy. You're looking at Mikasa and Kai by themselves, trying to hold off the full team of the Ohio Brothers from closing this out with a clean sweep. Look at best player. He wraps around the base crystal. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was there, but they're still not pulling their punches. Penalty zone drops down from Mikasa. Milo picks up a kill, finds Zero. Kai falls alongside Mikasa. A double for Zia. The fireball menace with these soccer balls in his favor. Oh my goodness, he doesn't even let Powerless go back. A lane bully, a base bully in the making for TOB. They're just staying in their home, shoes on, completely muddy, and they don't plan on leaving. They're going to go ahead and open up the inhibitor for the mid lane. Huge stun on the way. Sir Bossy gets caught. Zia picks up the kill. A full wipeout for the Knights of Fate. And down goes the base crystal. 9 minutes, 58 seconds. A clean sweep for TOB against the Knights of Fate.
Boy, if you don't need to take a breath, I know the Ohio Brothers need to, because they were on full sprints through that entire match. Right from the opening seconds, as soon as they got the advantage, you could see right from the beginning, Zia already starting to chunk down Powerless on the marksman right from the opening bell, and then as soon as they got the kills, they just kept on taking tower after tower, where the Knights of Fate were forced to respawn. They couldn't even hang back and wait for their entire team to get back up before they formulated a plan. They just kept on having to try to answer it, because honestly, if they wouldn't have answered it, you would have had TOB basically pushing their way through mid, possibly not even needing to take any of the other towers.
I mean, we didn't even hit 10 minutes right there, right? It's just showing you why they're sitting at that #1 position. A problem for most of the teams in North America. And this is a similar story that we see in the NACTs, right? TOB, they have players who are in outplay always at the top of their game, and teams trying to find a way to kind of stop them from climbing up that ladder. But in their favor for this game, 9 minutes, 58 seconds, 30-9 lead. A phenomenal finish.
Yeah, and you can see there the focus on the 1 orange buff to 7. There was one time where Kai was able to go ahead and pick that up, and then absolutely refused out there. Zia sitting at 17, 1, and 6. That is insane for a sub 10-minute match. This is what we were talking about with how skilled some of these guys are on their heroes. They have the same, like everything as far as the boxes for a successful team right now sitting in their way. You can see here one of those last pushes kind of coming out there for the Ohio Brothers here. The amount of damage, look at, they even nailed Powerless coming back from the recharge. That's how much attention Shark was paying, that even though they wiped him out, he was just waiting to find Powerless, nails him, snipes him down with a sphere as well, to set up his team to go ahead and clean him up as well.
Yeah, and right now, as we are looking at the stats, the rich guy yet again, Mr. Zia, the carry as well, just dominating. You know, something interesting, he had 17 kills, and the entire team of Knights of Fate only had 9. He had almost double what their entire team had in 10 minutes, not even that. You are looking at the forgotten one being Hoon and Sir Bossy, the sandbag. Just a crazy game, and possibly one of the fastest finishes we've seen in the NACT fall season.
Yeah, I definitely have to go. I definitely want to see the stats on that. If this is indeed the fastest game, even damage to turret, you see that little narrow sliver of blue in there. And then we can see here from the replays of the first game.
Yeah, you are looking at some of these replays on the way. This was game #1, like you mentioned. TOB, similar story, close to that 10-minute mark, trying to close it out. You were starting to see a pattern with them, right? They're a team that knows how to focus on the objectives. It's the execution after the draft is what matters, and a lot of teams kind of have a hard time stopping them. It starts with best player, finding a way to get the farm, and then building that up and snowballing on these small objectives. As you are seeing Hoon take down Sir Bossy, just a great finish for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, and we even see here, I mean, they had the right mark, but at this point, it's too late. Great penalty zone, but already getting chunked down and powerless to stop them. But let's go ahead, take it to our lovely host, Cena, for our MVP.
Yes, the Ohio Brothers dominated the first match, not allowing Knights of Fate a comeback with their rampage and total map control. But we have the tower diving Zia for our MVP. Tell me what you guys think about this hero choice.
You know,
Yeah,
it's that old statement, that nice gold laner you got there. Zia, I've talked about it. I get happy when I see this because we know that Zia was at one point playing mage and wanted to play marksman. Here, he's showing why and how much he has put into that role. An absolutely crazy dominant performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely packing his bags right now, getting ready for Los Angeles. But the question is, who's going to be going there to go up against him as we slowly climb up these ladders and see more teams fighting it out for stage 3?
Yes, I'm super excited to find out as well, and congrats to the Ohio Brothers for taking that first series. We've got BTK versus Avalon up next, so stay in your seats and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazing's retry skill on the test, or even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in that voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kacha couldn't come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Martis.
Yeah. In the voice chat, I said Kacha, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Wait, when you hooked Martis, what did they say? Like, oh.
I mean, we just 5. It's just a matter. I mean, it's even better. I hooked Madis there, so yeah.
Now that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let Sia die because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything, and we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight. So I just ult Lin for the better, and we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comp. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see Blessed player here. But then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me, as a Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked the Mr. completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Rames also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Rames in one shot.
Power dive, but they've like used all their utility.
Yeah, it was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you replaying right here?
Well. Oh, yeah, I was, a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know?
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think he played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, yeah, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know. It's just like all situations are different.
And he's like, if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
I mean, for me, Carlos, I think he stopped doing the recalling. Sometimes he might die.
Oh yeah.
It's f***ed up the game. But yeah, he did good the whole time, so it's fine.
Wait, so there's times where he like recalls and then he dies, and then it's just like a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say to your fans?
For anybody that's out there, support TOB and make sure to support me and the BTK brothers out there in ISF.
Shifting gears to the fateful showdown of the underdogs, Stage 2 witnessed a major reshuffle as KnightsofFate stepped up their games. These NA gems has finally made a mark with their overpowered mechanics and high versatility as they secured a top 3 finish with some of the most unconventional and head-turning drafts. Now, I've managed to get Zero and Powerless, the mastermind behind KnightsofFate, to answer some questions that you're dying to know.
Powerless and Zero, you guys have 2 weeks until that series come, and you're in a good position because we talked about in the last recap like how many points you need to get in order to make a comeback, and then for the bottom teams after around stage 1, you needed to get at least a top 3 play, and then you guys made it. You guys were the only team that made it through and got the top 3 finish in stage 1, in stage 2. So moving to the next round, a lot of our fans have been watching you guys since 2020, and I've actually put a lot of hopes in you guys too. So moving to next stage, are there any like changes that you guys are deciding to make to secure that top 3 finish, or how confident you are?
I'm pretty confident that we can get the top 3 again.
I too am confident with how it's going right now.
I think we just need a little more time to figure out a game plan and draft. Because in all honesty, this week we only kind of planned for Avalon, and we were like, yo, we're not gonna be able to play the rest of the games. We're too tired for this. We don't know what to do. So we kind of just went along with it. We really only planned for winning against Avaternal.
As discussed in our last recap, getting a top 3 placement is critical for some of these teams to get a foot back in the game. Now, KnightsofFate made it happen, but not everyone is just as lucky. Despite Area 77 coming in line with DPR, landing that double Savage and Maniac in just 1 game, it wasn't enough. Bloodhounds also fell down the safety zone, putting their fate on the line. So stage 3 is where the real race begins, as Avalon, KnightsofFate, and Bloodhounds have to battle it out neck to neck on points to defy all odds and secure their quarterfinal tickets. But hey, anything can happen in the Land of Dawn, as there are still 2 weeks until our warriors reunite in the battlefield after ISF. This is also a reminder for everyone to check out ISF, where Best Player is joining BTK to represent the United States in Romania. Now, as that's happening, we're also looking at the first open period for NACT teams making roster adjustments. And based on the changes we've speculated and heard, it might be just what the teams need to turn their fortunes around in the last stage. I'm your host, Liz. This is your recap of the NACT and your journey to M5. I'll see you next time.
Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Nefel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating, they told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThristyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. in the arena, we face our rivals head on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazing's retry skill on the test, where even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in the voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kacha could not come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Mardis.
Yeah. In the voice chat I said Kacha, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 555.
Wait, when you hooked Mardis, what did they say? Like, oh!
I mean, we just fight. It's just a murder. I mean, it's even better if I hook Madis there, so yeah.
Now, that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that.
Welcome back, everyone. We just got finished with the TheOhioBrothers versus Knights of Fate, and with the TheOhioBrothers taking the win, we now move on to the BloodThristyKings versus Avalon. Let's take a look at our caster predictions and what we think on who may take this game. I chose the BloodThristyKings for this one, as they have been holding their spot in second and been doing an amazing job. But why do you guys make your choices?
Well, it's basically this for me. It's the same as with the last game with the TheOhioBrothers. It's hard to argue against BTK's dominance, even with some of the changes that they've made to their roster. The numbers kind of speak in their favor, but I mean, we have some differing opinions on there, Weezy.
Yeah, we do. I mean, no surprise with UA, but Trex trying to claw his way up, trying to catch up to me, as I'm the only one ahead of him so far. And then we see Utai Private alongside Eunice. So I'm trying to catch up to you. I think we're only one away, but we keep agreeing on the same thing, so I don't think I'll ever catch up to you.
Yeah.
Yes, you guys are doing okay fighting, but you know, I'm taking the top spot for right now. Good.
Yeah, it's been some amazing games here. This is the match I think a lot of people are looking for. When it comes to, well, I may be behind the TheOhioBrothers taking on BTK versus Menu, but I mean, we're gonna see here in a few minutes.
Yes, and now the battle begins. BTK versus Avalon. Let's get into it.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like, this is kind of, I don't want to say a grudge match, but there is a lot of history between these teams, between these players here. Victor, as we know, it's been the big news, the former BTK member, a member of that legendary M3 BTK team, gonna be here on the side of Avalon.
Yeah, you know, I love how you're talking about the history. If we break it down a little bit, right? Victor, hasn't been playing in the professional scene recently, but now taking a step back, has former world experience and definitely a vital part of the team. So far, we've been seeing him competing, and he's done phenomenal, right? We've seen his uniqueness on point, cutting around and doing what the team needs to give him the slightest advantage, especially when we saw them go up against Area 77. Now, looking at BTK, a little bit of a roster change, right? You notice they don't have Joybaj over there. They don't have Warrior. So they don't really have what we traditionally see them use as a roamer. They're going to possibly sub in Chicken to possibly fill that role. But we all know he kind of shines better in other positions. We didn't really see the strongest performance from him yesterday, but overall as a team, they still dominated. And I think it just boils down to synergy with them all playing together almost every day. It's something that you really can't beat unless you have time.
Well, as when we're talking about kind of shakeups, I almost want to say, as far as kind of shaking it up and having somebody be flexible, if there was anybody I was going to pick on the Bloodthirsty Kings, it would be Chicken. M3, he played marksman role. Ever since M3 and beyond there, he's been in the XP lane, and he's played both of those roles very good. So if there's anybody I would be looking to get flexible to actually have success in an even, which I don't think it's a new role for him, but if you want somebody to have success there, I would go for Chicken, because he seems to be a little bit more fluid in where he can fit in and where he can have success. On the other side, we have Toinks. He's no slouch in the roam position. I believe last season he was the roam for Ackerman as well. So he does know the position. But I want to say, for me, Arvel, I want to say those are some big shoes to fill when it comes up to this top of the mountain. The top two teams in North America, we're going to see if Avalon can duplicate the success they had against Area 77 here against, I mean, arguably one of the strongest teams here in North America.
Yeah, some excellent points there, right? Even though Chicken's not traditionally seen on the roam, one thing that we have to pay attention to is his IQ on the playing field and his shot calling. I definitely feel it's a vital part when it comes to helping BTK close out these victories, and you're going to have to watch out for it, as we are going to go ahead and see the first bans be finalized. Kadita, Boxia, Fredrin taken off the table for Avalon. On the other side of the table, though, the X-Borg, the Faramis, and the Eve.
Yeah, interesting here. We were talking before, when it came to the last draft, it felt like the priority was on those XP laners, because it almost seems like the first person to get the pick has, at least they have one answer, and that is a dominating performance in the XP lane at the very least. Here, Bloodthirsty Kings kind of traded that in. They went for the Navaria, so they're going to have that sniping power. They're going to have that poking ability, which we've seen, especially in the hands of those skilled players, able to kind of burn people down before the engagements even start. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how that plays in. But I mean, strong pickups here for Avalon with the Valentina and the Marta. So you're gonna have that flexibility in Valentina, and then that early game pressure from Martis.
Right, and I mean, it's no secret, right? Mobazane, definitely one of the best farmers when it comes to jungling for North America, and you're gonna have to find a way to kind of disrupt his path. If he gets comfortable, he definitely can be a problem. Now, looking at what we see slotted in, we have the Martis with the Valentina, and I like that composition, right? You have the Terrify, you can stop people from invading your jungle, and you also have the Martis with the Mortal Coils for the Chain CC, so you can pretty much guarantee that at least they can get their buffs when it comes down to it. Something that I noticed when top teams go against BTK, such as TOB, they like to focus on stopping Zane in the jungle. Usually you see the roamer kind of mirror where he goes and always keeps an eye on him. That could be a possible gameplay for Avalon. I'm excited to see where this goes, but you mentioned Victor, right? He has been on Mobazane's team before, but now he's pitted against him, and maybe he can provide some valuable assets that the team needs to take him down.
The one thing where I've seen where Victor shines is his ability to kind of multitask. He's just like Mielo, he's able to kind of handle his lane, get into almost every single fight, and when he's not in a team fight, he's doing something, he's clearing a lane, he's pushing a tower, and then he's going to be able to kind of find his way back there, maybe at the end, to kind of get a flank on the team there. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. You brought up that a lot of the compositions that people like, the ones that have had success against BTK, have been those ones that stop his farming. His biggest attribute is his ability to get gold. Even when he's behind, he's always farming, always out farming the enemy the enemy jungler here. Avalon, I want to say kind of a good plan here because you have in that a Martis, somebody who shines in the early game. Maybe we can start putting pressure on the jungle of Zayn in the early game here as we're moving into the second banning phase here.
That's right, and I mean, we are seeing both fighters on the table so far. The Terizla put up against the Uranus. Both fighters that kind of dominate in their lane, right? You have the Uranus who has high mobility, survivability. It can definitely cut those lanes. You have the Terizla who can fight up close and personal and also has set potential. Drops down with the penalty zone to open up the engagements. Both sides have answers on the board. Marksman has been shown for BTK. They are going to pick up this Brody. They picked it up a little early, but it definitely can profit, right? You're looking at a full pretty much frontline composition. Even the Eve or the Valentina has to kind of play a little up close and personal outside of the IMU. And speaking of the IMU, there's not really too many ultimates so far on the playing field for Demon to even profit on.
Yeah, but that's not all that the Valentina can bring, and that's kind of the problem with picking up a Valentina is. When the enemy has Valentina, you have to kind of work against that. You have to kind of pick abilities that she won't be able to really shine off of. And then you also have to worry about the mobility and the damage that she brings from that mid to late game. Ooh, Mobazane. And this is something that I think a lot of people have been wanting to see. There's been critiques about how he only goes for tanky junglers. But man, is his Paquito a treasure to behold when it comes to a lot of these fights. He has the mechanical ability to really make this hero shine. We're going to see what the answer we have possibly for the side of Avalon.
And this is kind of looking similar to yesterday, right? When they went up against Aggravate 1, they had the Paquito and Chicken ran this Edith as well, and it profited. They dominated that match, and they were able to push forward a clean sweep. This is a different team, though. This is Avalon, who's a little bit higher on that totem pole, and possibly can make this work in their favor, as we are going to see the last pick slotted in to complete this draft. Basic is going to go ahead and slot up that Claude.
So what I'm seeing from Avalon here is we have a pretty thick front line here. I'm a little worried about Basic, what his target is as a Claude. You're going to be able to kind of get back there. If you're looking to kind of burst down Navaria, it depends on how the Navaria is played. I almost feel like Navaria's got a decent amount of kip to be able to kind of create that distance. As soon as that blazing duet comes in, she'll be able to kind of get out of harm's way. What else are you left with on the side of BTK? But a lot of tankier heroes. You've got Brody there, but he's going to be able to go ahead, throw that stun on the Claude, create that distance as well. However, that might work in the favor of Avalon when it comes to zoning them out. But we're ready here right now, Weezy.
That's right, we are ready as we are now jumping into game number 1. BTK up against Avalon in a best of 3. Whoever moves forward will go on to the winners finals. The other team will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, a lot of history here between all of these players. Basic and Victor have already played with Zayn before. You can see Zayn already coming in here down to his purple buff, and a lot of pressure already from Avalon.
Yeah, pressure. Doesn't make diamonds, though. Chicken is going to flicker out just in time. Almost caught an early death, but able to escape with 1 HP.
Yeah, you can see a T doing a great job. That's what you want from the Uranus. Is trying to get some pressure, get some cuts, but Avalon kind of taking the opposite approach. While you have the Uranus trying to cut lanes, immediately you're going to have Avalon going in there and trying to put some pressure on the Zayn so now you're going to have T. He's going to be thinking about this every single time he wants to cut lane. He's going to need to ensure that he has made it safe for Mobazane, made it safe for his jungle to be able to kind of rotate around there.
And you see Zayn already not wasting any time, almost hitting that level 4, getting ready for this first mutual objective. But Avalon's still playing pretty safe. Nobody's fallen so far. Still anybody's game. But we all know this can change in the blink of an eye. We've seen TOB, a team that kind of dominates and closes in the early game, but we got to see how BTK kind of fares, especially with the new additions and the substitutions.
No, Mobazane putting on some damage.
Yeah, definitely putting on some damages with that heavy left punch. Right now, though, we got to see where it goes. We're looking at ISO, we're looking at Basic, both kind of late game marksmans. The Brody can kind of profit a little bit better in the early phase, definitely keeping Basic at bay. But when it comes to survivability, both of them have that at the table, right? You have the BMI from the Claude when they do try and gank around to take him down. And then you also have the Corrosion Strike from the Brody to be able to get that stun and flicker backward when things are not in your favor. So I love what I'm seeing so far. Textbook drafting from both teams.
Yeah, and they're doing such a great job. When it comes to the composition, too, we've got a lot of heavy CC on the side of Avalon, too, which is where Paquito sometimes has some problems. Whether you're going to be getting feared from Demon on this, and you see Tarzan able to go ahead, pick up that first objective. But we do know, we've seen it before. BloodThristyKings, they play to their strengths. There's a lot of times where their early game isn't great, but they are still constantly macroing up, getting that gold, and doing what they need to do to make sure that when they hit their power spikes, they are basically an unstoppable snowball rolling down the hill. Still no kills in the 3-minute mark.
You know, and still no kills, but Avalon was able to get that turtle to give him that additional XP boost. But when you're looking at the gold, BTK is still leading. They're still able to kind of find answers across the table to even up the playing field. You know, I really want to see how this plays out, right? But Avalon, they're doing okay. BTK, same thing. It's just going to boil down to who makes that first mistake. Looking at the marksmen, I would probably put some pressure in the gold lane for both sides. Try and take down the ADC. I think that's where you start, but look at Basic already clearing out that farm to be able to rotate around the map and try and outscale ISO.
Yeah, and good here. I was just about to ask, too. You've cleared out the farm. Are you going to make something happen here? And it looks like they do with the wild charge.
Huge knockup on the ISO. Torn apart memories does go down. Some damage on the Twinks. Maybe able to pick up the kill, but Basic in the bush, waiting to strike alongside Demon. Chicken does kind of help him out, kite the damage, and allow ISO to go back for the recall.
Look at T just taking a little bit of a visit into the Avalon base right now. We've seen this before with Uranus. Big fight happening here at mid.
Yeah, Zane getting a little bit of an overextension, maybe costly, very low. Flicker in from Demon, securing first blood, takes down Moba Zane, the jungler for BTK.
Yeah, if ever, we were talking about it before, if ever there was a time for an upset to happen on BTK, this would be it, where you have some heroes not in the complete...
Whoa!
Not on their most comfortable heroes. T just chilling. He's taking a little bit of a siesta in the Avalon base there.
He's taking a selfie with the cannon minions right now, but speaking of cannons, huge wild charge, knock up on the ISO. Basic trying to secure the kill, but Twinks is going to take it. 2-0. Fried Chicken is going to find Basic to respond, though. That means both marksmen have fallen. But again, another turtle going to Avalon.
Yeah, another turtle, and right now, but this is what we were talking about. The early game, that one minion, the hero minion up there trying to take down Uranus up there. Chicken, I was about to say, Chicken having a little bit of a rough of an early game, but like I said, this kind of composition, we're kind of looking for the mid game to kind of be able to pop off. When we're comparing the marksmen here right now, I want to say we do have the Blade of Hephaestus on Brody. Claude still looking for that first item. Looks like he might be going for the a Demon Hunter or possibly a little bit of slow out there as well. But gold not too far ahead. BTK doing a good job despite these setbacks to be able to kind of keep up that farm.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of farming and survivability, you've seen that BMI in full effect from Basic, able to get out just in time before a set happened from Chicken. Now, Demon Hunter Sword just got picked up from Basic, so yes, he'll be able to kind of soak into the beefier composition to higher HP hero pools. When I'm looking at ISO, though, right, you said he picked up that Blade of Hephaestus, which means he's trying to get that early aggressive stance and quick pickoff with that burst damage. So you are going to have to watch out for that. Right now, 1-2 on the scoreboard and 6 minutes in. Mind you, the last series that we watched only lasted, like, what, a 10-minute game? We're already 6 minutes in, and there's only 3 kills total, which means this is going to be textbook and drawn out, which is what you like to see. It lets you know these teams are focusing on what matters, the neutral objectives, and playing it safe.
The only problem I have right now is that we're not able to create... Oh, big pop-up.
Oh, and a huge play to take the turret, possibly. You're going to see Tarzan force him out, though. Chicken in the middle of the battlefield. Demon is going to find ISO, but ISO takes down Twinks as he falls. Chicken will flicker backwards, still hitting Victor in the Primal Wrath, but now Basic with the Blazing Duet into the back line, may be able to take down Chicken. There goes one. BMI's out of the turret and goes back to safety.
So while we're having this success on Avalon, there's something you need to factor in. Every single one of these fights is a 4v5 because T is just steadily sitting here getting farmed up. Now, what you have to wonder, are you creating enough presence? Are you creating enough distance between you and BTK before T starts getting involved in here? Because it's going to be a completely different game once he starts getting involved in a lot of these fights.
There goes T on the Uranus. What we like to say is the unkillable, but oh my goodness! He sustains all of that damage and already almost topped back off the full HP.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. He's been sitting up there gathering gold. Avalon has been ignoring him. They've been focusing, trying to make BloodThristyKings pay. But now when we start evening this out, once it becomes a 5v5, are you going to have the same success?
Yeah, you know, I'm asking the same question. I mean, looking at the map so far, things that are working in Avalon's favor is they took both, they took the turret on the top side, and that mid lane is hanging on by a hair. Right now, BTK is having a little bit of a struggle, taking these neutral objectives, taking these turrets, and they gotta find a way to turn this around, because so far, this is in Avalon's favor.
I want to say, like, when it comes to the XP lane, that T's doing a good job of playing Victor's game, where Victor kind of shines in the meta when it comes to kind of cutting those lanes. He's just doing it faster and harder than he is. A big engagement happening here at the purple buff, though.
That's right, an invasion on the way, trying to shut down the farm from Mobazane, the Jungle King for North America. So far, still a 4-2 scoreboard, 8 minutes in. But Avalon having the slightest advantage, but may turn around in the mid lane as you are seeing a battle in the river. Victor, Immortality has been procced to use the penalty zone to get out. Tarzan with the motor coils does not escape the wrath of Mobazane. Bursts him down with the heavy left punch. Can he get another basic? Will claim the turret on the top side, though. That will be the tier 2. Even more of the map opening up for Avalon's favor.
Yeah, are we going to be able to convert some of these kills into a tower? We see two members trying to get involved here at the mid struggle.
And this is their chance, right? It's just Demon in the mid lane, but you are starting to see them sandwich in. Huge knockup on a basic. Demon finds Mobazane. Yato finds basic. 3 members down for Avalon, 1 member down for BTK. Yato with a double kill is going to find Demon. Scoreboard is now 5-5.
Yeah, signs of life. This is where the power spike starting to happen for the BloodThristyKings. We're at the 9-minute mark. T is a huge tank here at about the same level as Zane. And look at him deep into the enemy's purple buff, not letting Did he get that? Okay. Tarzan's still able to get it. I was about to say, if that got sniped by Yato, that would have been a huge, like, a tone set for Avalon.
You know, right now, I feel like this is kind of a battle of the mid lane and the mages. I mean, look at Demon, 3-1-1, and on the opposite side of the playing field, Yato's 2-0-3. Both of them leading the way for kills on their teams. Definitely what you want to do. We've seen Demon kind of be one of the strongest mages when it comes to the NACT fall season, but Yato at the top of the ladder, he's giving him a run for his money. It's kind of like they're kind of trading an eye for an eye so far, but you are going to see Demon falling once. Yato still hasn't died.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing here is while some people on the BTK have been taking some kills, Yato hasn't died, still getting golded up there. Oh, Victor actually in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, they're risking it all, trying to take down Victor. Torn apart memories goes down. The chase from T to secure the kill takes him down. Victor has fallen, but more blood may be on the way. Avalon on the run, trying to go back to safety. Phone home as BTK has invaded their jungle.
Ooh, a little bit, I don't want to say a misplay, but Zane decided to kind of try to chase down Tarzan when they did kind of have Demon. It's almost kind of like a double-edged sword. Who are you going to chase? Are you going to chase somebody who's got the movement speed of Demon on that Valentina, or are you going to try to go for Tarzan, who can basically mortal coil his way away from any CC that you could put on him? But in answer to that, now they are starting that macro push that BTK has been known for, and that snowball effect starting to take its way here at the 11-minute mark.
And I think it's fair to say that BTK has flipped this around in their favor, right? They are now holding the keys to having the advantage in this match. Avalon now on the back end, which was once working for them, is now working against them, as we are going to see this Lord push his way through the mid lane.
Yeah, well, what you have right now is Victor isn't as farmed because what Avalon was trying to do in the early game was trying to punish Mobazane. So Victor wasn't actually getting as much farm. Oh, a little bit of engagement. Tarzan in trouble.
Not going to escape the torn apart memories as ISO is going to secure the kill. Eyes on the prize. And going to go ahead and claim that tier 2 turret on the top side. This is not looking good. BTK has found their rhythm, and Avalon needs to find a way to shut it down.
Yeah, and it's all started with that camp out from T in the Avalon base here. We're going ahead, starting to put some moves on the bottom turret.
Whoa, conceal play, and the set chicken coming alive, takes down basic. But the battle on the purple buff Demon is going to find ISO, finds the ADC for BTK. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade, but May see another T, frontlining the damage, just showing you the power of this Uranus as the Astro Echo goes out from Yato.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Avalon. When you allow Uranus to kind of sit in your base, farm up there, what you need to do, another pop-up.
Ooh, huge knockup. Yato's raining some damage from afar with this Navaria, right? He's just playing in the background. They need to kind of pay attention to him. He might get that snipe on Victor if he's not careful. Immortality has been proc. Sniper goes out, connects, but not enough damage.
I like the patience on Yato. He was going to wait for that immortality to proc before he sent out that sphere. But, I mean, a little bit too tanky on the side of Victor there to be taken down by that. Yato, one-man army versus 3 members of Avalon.
Yeah, nonetheless, this is still a good match, right? 13 minutes in, 8-6, not a high kill game, just a battle of mechanics and a battle of the objectives. So far, BTK still having a little bit of the cutting edge, but Avalon, they are looking promising. You know, as we kind of trickle into the late game, it may work in their favor as we are now seeing some of the items pop up on the board.
Yeah, we can see here, I mean, most of the members of BTK right now have about a 2K lead on their counterparts in Avalon. You can see a lot of these, I mean, Yato already 4 items for him right now when compared to Demon. Oh, well, actually, I think Demon's doing all right. He's got about the same amount there. It's just that, I don't know, both of these, it's going to be on these mages and who can protect each other. Oh, big wild charge.
Yep, huge knockup, Terrify, Astro Echo from afar, Blazing Duet from Basic, but immobilized Demon takes down ISO. ISO finds Basic before he falls. A double kill from Demon as he picks up the Divine Glaive. 6-1-1, a wizard for Team Avalon.
Yeah, a big play for Avalon. This actually might be able to help them get some room to secure this lore. But as we say that, T has other ideas. The big, monstrous, tanky T has come to play.
Yeah, look at him just chasing down Tarzan. T is definitely comfortable, right? He knows it's going to take a lot to burst him down. He's just trying to soak up all the damage and make them bait out their skills. But speaking of skills, Toinks very low. T will shut him down. Mobazane not able to get away. Demon does secure a mega kill, increasing his KDA to a 7-1-1 lead. But Tarzan very low. T on the chase. Demon and Basic to allow him to get back to safety.
Still a pretty even game. I don't want to say that BloodThristyKings have like a commanding lead, just under 4K for them. What we're looking for now is who can take this next fight and get an advantage on the Lord. Both teams missing a person, so it's going to be a 4v4 fight here. I want to say, as far as a team fight goes, you need to have an answer for T. He's going to be able to tank. He's going to be able to zone out the Avalon team. We're going to see if they have what it takes for this next Lord fight.
Yeah, as it is on the way, both teams trying to get the aggro and also claim the zone for the Lord Pit, as it is now at about 50% HP. Looking at Victor, taking a lot of damage. Chicken pitted against him. They were once teammates, but now enemies. But on the bottom lane, T, very low, still able to sustain himself with the consecration, gets back out and gets back up to 50% HP.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. T, one-man army, zoning out the entirety of Avalon with that Uranus, taken down very low, but he did his job. He distracted Avalon while the BloodThristyKings were able to pick up that Lord. Now, Avalon has another problem in the form of a Luminous Lord coming up top and BloodThristyKings with Win behind their heels.
Right, and, you know, they are a team known to be able to close it out with just that. At the 16-minute mark, I wouldn't say it's really an early finish, but it still may be a possible one if Avalon is not careful. There goes the conceal play. Are going to probably try and get a pick off, but a little bit of a wasted opportunity. But nonetheless, they still have the Lord to work in their favor.
Yeah, they did get not too much of a waste. They were able to get some vision, clear out some bushes, make sure that this next push goes off without a hitch. And now Lord goes ahead, clears out the top high ground tower as we're pushing, looking for a fight at mid.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead and take the mid inhibitor as well, leaving the bottom by itself, but now trying to seize the opportunity for some possible kills. Lord does get bursted down from Basic, but BTK still maintaining their focus and presence inside of the base for Avalon. Do they pull their punches?
I mean, it looks like they've gotten what they wanted. They're probably going to go ahead, put some pressure on. They're going to look for this bottom tower. This is going to be the chance for Avalon to maybe counter something here, but it doesn't look like BTK is going to give them that opportunity.
4-man Astro Echo provided over there from Yato. ISO is going to claim the last inhibitor for the bottom side. BTK pushing through to the base crystal. Avalon trying to hold him off. Minions on the top and the bottom lane. Base at 50%. 50% HP. BTK trying to close it out at 17 minutes. ISO finds Toinks. Moba Zane finds Basic. That is both marksmen's down. Demon is going to find ISO unstoppable. That is going to be a 1-for-3 trade as Yato finds Demon. Killing spree has been activated. Astra Echo for the two-man connection on a Victor and Tarzan. And down goes Victor. Immortality has been procced. The emote is out from Chicken. You were once my friend, but you are now my enemy. And down goes Tarzan. A full wipeout for BTK, claiming victory in Game 1 against Avalon.
And that is why we call it the snowball. Once BTK, they had a little bit of a problem with the early game. They were waiting to get farmed up. This is a team who understands the heroes that they play to such a degree that they know when those power spikes are coming. They know when they start having these team fights. They held off. They were starting to take a little bit of punishment in that early game while T was inside enemy base, getting farmed up, getting all of those items that he needed. And once they had the advantage, once they knew those spikes were going to hit, it was a downhill there for Avalon.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a good match though, right? I wouldn't say it was one-sided, but slowly started working into BTK's favor once we got closer to after that 15-minute mark. They were just able to kind of slowly take these objectives in their favor. You mentioned T cutting. I mean, 207 didn't have the highest kills, but it was just the presence that he provided from those cuts to delay the team from pushing out and creating the opportunity to see some real estate for BTK, as we are seeing it 15-10 on the scoreboard.
I was about to say, there's no way that T doesn't get the rich guy for this one. He was basically camping out. He saw an open window in the house of Avalon, was inside there, eating all their food, sleeping in their beds, messing with their tables there. And you can see here at the last fight, this is where Basic goes in, tries to get this blazing duet, and absolutely gets annihilated. Watch at the bottom here. Basic goes in, blazing duet, and the entire team collapses on him quickly, takes him out, and Mobazane puts a finishing touches on him. Just an amazing and dominating push there for BTK.
That's what we call target prioritization at its finest, right? BTK just knowing exactly who to focus. Oh my goodness, look at Yato, the snipe from afar, takes down Demon. Just some beautiful synergy from the number 2 team so far in the NACT fall.
Yeah, and then you can see here, T gold per minute, 773 there. Damage taken, I believe, I'm not sure. Yeah, T 223,000 there. Just all BTK when it comes to the stats. Like you said, it wasn't exactly a steamroll, but I want to say that there weren't too many points where BTK felt like they were out of their strategy.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest things that has to happen, right? When you have the advantage in the early game, you have to be able to control it and keep it. And we just didn't see that. We just slowly started seeing it slip out of their fingers, and they were able to catch it back. And when you have that advantage, you gotta play passive. Wait for BTK to make more mistakes. You already have the advantage. No need to overextend, because they're not a team that really makes too many mistakes. So when they make one, you have to profit on it and still play patiently.
I almost want to say I'm of the opposite mind, because for me, if you have a Uranus in your base and you've made the decision, all right, Uranus is in our base, I don't want to have everybody go back there, then you need to punish BTK. You need to put that pedal to the metal. You need to make sure that you make it worth it, because T is going to be a monster at some point, and you want to make sure that BTK is like down and out before he comes back. They were able to punish them, but they weren't able to transition a lot of those kills into many objectives. I think they only had 1 tower by the time T finally came online, and it wasn't too much for BTK to kind of turn that around and start the domination. So if you're going to allow something like that, you need to have a tit for tat. You need to have something that you're doing to make them pay for it.
I agree. I mean, when you looked at T inside of the base, right, he wasn't just cutting his minion, he was cutting the mid lane minion as well. So when you do that, you create so much opportunity for your mid lane to roam around free. And, you know, with the tank mage synergy, it definitely works in their favor. So you have to kind of watch out for that. You mentioned if you're going to allow him to be in your base, then yes, rotate around and make them pay, right? They're down a member. He's just farming the minions, so go get the kill, get the trade. Don't just allow it to happen without an answer.
Yeah, and it's just it's a remarkable thing. I can't even tell what I would prefer, because I almost can make the argument that you'd want to get T out of your base, because you're not only farming T, but like you said, you're creating that pressure in the two lanes. Two lanes now don't have minions coming to them, so you've got mid pressure, you've got XP pressure. That's two people on the enemy team, or that's two people on the enemy team that are free to roam about while you have to answer it. You could make the argument for answering it or trying to make BTK play. Unfortunately, it's felt like Avalon didn't make the correct decision there, as a BTK just is so strong and able to turn things around regardless of the kills they took in that early game.
And I think, you know, kind of to top onto that, like, I feel you have to make that decision, whether you can go both ways like you mentioned, but you have to make the decision fast. You can't take time and think about it, because BTK is not going to give you that time to think about it. You just got to respond. Right? So hopefully with the next match, we kind of see that. I will say something that looked promising for Avalon is it wasn't a one-sided story. Yes, there were things that worked in BTK's favor, but there were things that we've seen work in Avalon's favor as well. The early game, they were looking nice. They took the first 2 turtles. They took the first turret as well. But then, like you said, once T started getting more comfortable rotating around with that Uranus, he was able to kind of delay 2 of those lanes. They were able to rotate it around, even it up, and then take the advantage. So maybe even not allowing them to get the Uranus could be a possible answer, or finding somebody who can match the mobility to either match the cut or deny it.
Well, and that's why I said I really kind of respected the pick from a BTK to kind of match. He basically, like, I want to say, like, the big thing about Victor is he kind of played, well, most of his XP games, or where he was noteworthy, was from M3. A meta where Uranus and Esmeralda were basically king of the hill when it came to the XP lane. He still kind of has that same kind of play mentality where he wants to cut lanes, he wants to be able to rotate quickly. So what BTK did is they said, all right, we're going to match that, but we're going to do it just harder. Uranus isn't just going to cut a lane, he's going to be inside the enemy base. So we're going to beat him at his own game there. And that's kind of like what I said, when it comes to some of these first picks, they kind of had it matched up where I definitely want to see a lane here from Avalon kind of winning. I do like that they picked up the Uranus here. They're going to go ahead and take that away from T. We're going to see, though, if they can have the same type of success, because on the flip side, while Uranus does have that dominating presence, he can leave himself open in the early game to get ganked and cut down. And if you shut down Uranus early, he has trouble climbing that hill if he's behind.
Yeah, and speaking of things, the draft on the way, Mobazane is going to go ahead and pick up that Fredrin, something that he's kind of been known to dominate on. Definitely can work in their advantage. Another interesting thing is the Kaja being slotted in. It wasn't banned out this time. They're going to pick it up, which means suppression will be on the table. Now, this time, Avalon has the Uranus. We got to see how they respond. Who are they going to put head-to-head in the XP lane? Because we know when you see the Uranus, the goal is to outcut and create the space for the opportunity in the engagements.
I almost feel like maybe because my biggest question here was, how was us Chicken gonna have the same success here as a roam as he has in other lanes here, and that he had yesterday? What Chicken has done in answer to maybe not being as comfortable on the roam is like, all right, I'll just play roam, but I'll play fighters in the roam position, heroes that I know how to play, and I'll put that in the roam position. Maybe that's something that we can like punish him for if we're on the side of Avalon. Start getting a little rotations a little faster, start getting that vision that we need, and maybe punish him for heroes that don't exactly have the greatest setting potential here. I do see that we have picked up the Fredrin and the Kaja. We're gonna have a nice bit of CC. I'm wondering if the Kaja, if that's going to be fried chicken on the Kaja. It's gonna be very interesting to see how we kind of pull that off here. Going for a little bit more of a thicker lineup from the side of Avalon. We've got the Heart Guard from the Angela here. That's gonna kind of subset this tankier lineup from them.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? You're looking at a very sustainable draft so far from Avalon. You have the Boxia, as you say, a beefy hero, alongside Twinks on the Uranus, and then you stack it up with an Angela to be able to heal them up. The later this goes, the beefier they'll get, so they're definitely going to need something more of a tank burster on the side of BTK with some anti-heal on top of that. Now, looking at the Farza, this is interesting, right? I mean, Avalon kind of has answers for it. You have mobility when it comes to the 5v5 engagements. You can use the Boxia, you can use the Uranus to try and get down there and delay that Feather Airstrike, but we still haven't seen the Marksman slotted in, and late game is kind of what Avalon is going to need, so maybe even picking up a Claude, which has not been banned out so far, could work in their favor to get to Yato when it comes to that late game, because they like to play it slow, right? The last game, it wasn't a 10-minute finish like the first series that we watched. It was about, what, 17 minutes, which means I'm expecting them to take this slow, take the little advantages they can, and draw this out to the late game. Maybe what we see again if history repeats itself.
The only thing I see here right now that kind of worries me is we've picked up Uranus, Angela, and Boxia. We haven't even picked up a mage yet, and we already have 3 heroes that have magic damage on the team. So what are we gonna do? So are we gonna get a mage, possibly change that out with another hero that doesn't have magic damage? Because if you pick up a mage, magic damage, you're gonna be basically letting BloodThristyKings kind of focus on one part of defense that it comes out to. It's going to be very interesting here. We have the last bans here. I was definitely expecting that carry ban out there too, especially when you've got that thicker lineup. Carry who can use that speedy light wheel, burst through that true damage that she can do to tank your heroes, especially when it comes to the late game, is just super detrimental. Both teams, full bans are out, waiting for their next picks.
I think Claude, it definitely could be a good answer for BTK, right? You need somebody to kind of burst down the beefier composition and provide sustainability. Now, Claude could work on both sides of the table, though, which is why I think it would probably benefit them to pick it up. But no, they're going to go for the Brody. That would have been my second option. I think it's still a great survivable hero. It has the burst potential and the late game presence. But now the question is, what will Avalon do to respond? You're looking at BTK. Early game is checked off. You have the Farza. You can rotate to the side lanes. You have mobility. Drop down the Feathered Airstrike. Possibly get a pick off. Avalon does respond, though. They are going to secure this Beatrix.
Yeah, we have the, okay. So, I'm going to assume maybe the Angela is going to be the mid. So good call by Avalon because I mean, Angela, and not a lot of people know this, but her early game is actually pretty crazy with the stacks that she can put on from the wave that she puts out. Not only heals your teammates, but it puts stacks on the enemy where they just start taking more and more damage. Once you start getting into that early game, she can actually surprise a lot of people, and you're going to have a global presence with her. Now that we know that it's going to probably be mid there, I do like the draft a lot better here. On the other side, BTK, he's going to go ahead and pick up Dyroth. We haven't seen a good old-fashioned Dyroth counter to Uranus in a while, but it is a counter. We're going to see if it kind of lands up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of it if pulled off correctly. I think it definitely can stop Victor. If he's out of place and you get that early burst damage, you can take him down and punish him. But if not played correctly, if you see them get the early game farm, it could be a potential problem, right? If that Uranus can't cut, he may be able to create that advantage that we've seen in the last game. But ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping in to Avalon up against BTK. Game number 2 of Stage 3, Day 2. Currently BTK at match point.
Yeah, I want to say, like, when it comes to, like, the casters' predictions and stuff, even though, like, some of ours were going towards BTK, I think a lot of us agreed that if BTK was going to get beaten, this would be where it would be, when you have them on kind of uncomfortable heroes, and it's all on Avalon to kind of make that true. You can see here, T actually taking a load of damage from the duo of Victor and Demon.
Yeah, definitely punishing him. Not a good look so far in the early game, but he still hasn't fallen, so definitely gonna have to keep our eyes on the XP lane. But so far, right, we gotta see how Yato plays into this with the Farza. He does have the advantage considering he's going up against the Angela when it comes to bursting them down with the Feathered Airstrike. But speaking of burst, Chicken caught by Demon. First blood in the hands of Avalon.
And that might have been a little bit of that experience that we were talking about. Chicken maybe not as knowing when it comes to the distance and what he needs to do to kind of keep himself out of harm's way while still providing that damage or that vision for BTK. Big damage coming out. Mobazane able to actually, thankfully, Avalon able to get out, suffering an Appraiser's wrath for their troubles.
And you know, something that we gotta mention too is Mobazane is running the Fredrin. This is not just any Fredrin. This is Moba Fred, right? This is something he's comfortable running on. And it could be a deciding factor. My goodness! The gank on the way! The 4-man rotation on the basic! That is insane as Mobazane draws the kill, evening up the scoreboard 1-1.
So fast, and it was a BloodThristyKings sandwich down there, and they were able to take down Basic before he was able to say, I'm not hungry.
And now Avalon, though, responding, will be able to secure the turtle. So they did get a trade off of that, right? We lost our gold lane, but at least we got the first neutral objective. Now, You don't want to keep losing your goal lane, though. You want him to be able to scale through time and kind of carry you guys through with these engagements. But so far, still 1-1, 2 minutes in. Who will be able to take charge of this game? As you are going to see, the finish phase drops down with the wild charge. Ooh. Basic finds Mobazane. Now going to increase the kill lead in their favor for Avalon.
Yeah, and that kill going over to Basic. So they suffer a kill. Basic takes a death and able to kind of regrow it back up there with a kill of his own. Up at the top here, this is what we were talking about. A good counter for Uranus, unless Dairoth starts getting behind, then he's going to have trouble. Not only that, but you're losing the optimal time that Dairoth has to counter because Dairoth is, oh my god, look at the damage.
Yeah, and that's what we kind of said. It's high risk, high reward, but when the Uranus has a better head start, he starts to scale a little bit more, and now T will have a little bit of a struggle, but the Feather Airstrike going down from Yato, canceled out from Tarzan, but he's still there to help T out, not allowing the full proxy of the lane.
Yeah, and this is the problem too, because he's got the early, he's trying to put some damage on the Victor, but he's got the early game, but he doesn't really shine. The Dairoth doesn't really shine in team fights. He's so squishy. When you have more than one target out there, he's gonna have trouble. Oh, actually leading on the T. This might be another sandwich here for Avalon.
Victor far behind enemy lines. The Divine Judgment with the suppression hard guard just in time to keep him alive. You're going to see the Praise Wrap drop down. T is going to find Victor. That's going to be one member falling for Avalon, but do they get out? Tarzan falls. T picking up a double on the Dairoth.
That's a tough play for Avalon. They had it for a second, but they waited too long to pull the trigger. BTK comes up with 4 members and not even the Heart Guard able to kind of keep them updated. You saw that abyssal strike from Dairoth, able to kind of pretty much landed on the whole of Avalon there as we're chunking away at this bottom tower.
Yeah, and this is looking scary for ISO so far. Basic definitely just got fed off of stripping all of that gold off of the turret, but the torn apart memories trying to seal the deal. Won't be able to take down Twinks. He will go back to safety. Ferocious strike from ISO on a Tarzan on the chase. Is going to get the slow. Not going to be able to draw the kill. Mobazane will go ahead and secure the turtle for BTK. Feather airstrike from Yato, forcing Tarzan back with barely HP, but he survives to tell another story.
Unbelievable that nobody fell between both of these teams for that engagement. I do like the ability rotation by ISO, putting on a lot of these abilities, but saving. Oh, who just got taken? What just happened there?
1v1, Victor takes down T. The Uranus takes down the Dairoth.
Oh man, this doesn't speak well. Like we said, early game usually goes to Dairoth. If you're losing that early game, we could be looking at what we saw in game 1, where Victor is going to start getting farmed up on this Uranus and become a monster through the mid game against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
And right now, 3-3 on the scoreboard, 5 minutes in. First turtle, actually both teams claiming a turtle, so we can pretty much say they're even on the scoreboard. But when we're looking at the items in the economy and on the top side, the 1v1 matchup, Victor is profiting.
Yeah, doing a good job. You could see already that ISO having a little bit of a problem. He's about 1k gold behind Basic. He did take that little bit of an early kill. Bloodthirsty Kings had the idea at the beginning to start putting pressure at that bottom lane, but it does look like they've kind of waned on that, and Basic is starting to get really farmed up. So you're going to have a problem when you have Basic and Victor when it comes into this mid lane. No full items yet for either of those players yet, though.
Yeah, you mentioned Basic, right? Already up 1,000 gold on top of ISO right now, and I think it kind of started when he stripped all that gold off the turret for the bottom side. They're definitely going to have to keep their eyes on him. He will be a deciding factor, but speaking of deciding factors, Divine Judgment going in, and the full team of BTK shuts down Twinks. ISO drawing the kill.
Yeah, I'm not usually a fan of trying to grab somebody like a Grok into that Divine Judgment, but when you have the 4 members of Bloodthirsty Kings, the target lock, the focus on it, they burst him down like he was a minion. Now we're going to have a little problems. Maybe T in trouble.
Yeah, it does get stunned from Demon. 2v1 is going to miss the Abysm Strike. Tries to get out, but hit by the Cheese Bowl. Victor takes him down. T does fall, even up the scoreboard 4-4, but BTK claiming the next turtle.
Yeah, and it just seems like BTK's a little bit of a step ahead. They're having problems with T and Dairoth, especially in that lane. They're pushing. Avalon is punishing BTK, but on the other side, BTK starting to get objectives and answering back. It's just gonna see when the smoke clears who has done more damage when it comes to the map presence and objectives by the time these power spikes start to hit.
And I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Basic, right? Looking at Avalon, I mean, he was able to clear up pretty much the entire top side. He took the tier 2. He took the first turret as well. And he's definitely starting to scale against the other marksmen. ISO, but speaking of scaling, wait a minute! Toinks last minute with the wild charge and the hard guard escape.
Yeah, and this is kind of the issue sometimes. I saw this a little bit with Ackerman too. Toinks has a problem sometimes when it comes to a few of these, checking some of these bushes when his team isn't in a position to capitalize here. A little bit of engagement at bottom.
Yeah, T having a hard time. Tarzan trying to give him the slightest advantage. Will be able to claim the turret for the bottom lane.
Yeah, and unfortunately, T having a bad way. Mobazane coming in, putting on the damage.
Is going to take down Basic. Toinks may not be able to get out of there. Mobazane looking for a little bit more. Forcing out the flicker from Toinks last minute, but turrets are falling.
Yeah, turrets are starting to fall. They it seems like BloodThristyKings have kind of recovered a little bit. Now T, no longer in the laning phase right now, is free to kind of move about and get those solo pushes in there. Big wild charge.
For the knockup on ISO, he's just a one-man army for that lane, but now BTK for the backup. Chicken, Zane, and ISO. Yato from afar with the feather airstrike. They do claim that tier 2 turret for the top lane. May be able to get a kill as well. You are going to see the hard guard on the Tarzan, but ISO with torn apart memories for the denial will shut him down. Can't out-heal this damage. T is going to claim a turret. Mobazane is going to find Basic. ISO takes down Demon. That is going to be a 3-for-none trade in favor for BTK.
Yeah, a huge Appraiser's Wrath by Mobazane.
Whoa!
And finally, T coming online, finally able to get that kill onto Victor's Uranus there. And it looks like BTK have finally found their stride in this game.
Yeah, they definitely found their groove, and they don't plan on stopping anytime soon. Avalon, though, this is not looking good, right? What was once kind of an even matchup is slowly, again, slipping out of their fingers. This is looking more of a repetitive pattern from what we've seen in Game 1.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate with some of those mistakes. Avalon had that early game. They were doing great when it came to the macro. Basic was doing a good job of taking down the towers and rotating and making BTK pay. A lot better than we had in the first game, unfortunately.
Oh, T has done it. He's taken down Victor. Do they get another? T does fall. Basic with the Namir's Passion to secure the kill.
Yeah, right now 5-10, just under a 5K gold lead for BTK. We're gonna be looking for possibly some sets. We're gonna be looking at Toinks to possibly try to find something here when it comes to this defense to try to initiate these fights without being taken out. The problem is Toinks, with some of these checks that he's been doing, he gets caught. BloodThristyKings throw on a Divine Judgment, they pull him back, and they take him out before these engagements even start. What we need is to have Toinks be able to wait before these engagements starts, get the set, and then possibly we'd be able to turn these things around for BTK.
And I mean, looking at Mobazane, he's almost level 15. He is 3 levels ahead of Tarzan right now on the jungle, and it just goes to show the king of the farm making the most out of the opportunity. We haven't really seen him too much in this game. He's just been focusing on outscaling, and now this is where he's going to shine, right? Can still play on the bottom side with the Lord competing with them for BTK. They are going to open up the base and drop down the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, the problem that we've gotten now is that we're at a point where your thickest member, Victor, is not able to survive these fights without the heart guard from Angela. And the problem with that is now you know where that heart guard's going to go, so you're free to kind of burst down the rest of these members when it comes to these engagements. Now we're at the high ground towers, 2 left.
Ooh, Yato with the feather airstrike is going to find Toinks. Maybe able to get another Tarzan trying to get out, but T with the flicker in and the chase. Abysm Strike does go in for another, but no. Basic for the denial. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade, but they are not finished yet. You're going to see the inhibitor for the mid lane fall in favor for BTK, and the top side dropped by ISO. BTK stepping in the door for Avalon. May be able to close this out. They have the numbers. They have the minions. They have the damage. They just need a little bit more time. 50% HP, 25. A sweep on the way as BTK shuts down Avalon.
Ooh, it's crazy to say this game ended earlier than the last game, but I felt like Avalon put up a better fight this time. They were more aggressive, faster, they were taking objectives, but those tiny little mistakes, getting caught and getting bursted down, some of the rotations, they went to top lane, they didn't react fast enough, and then BTK was able to rotate back there. a great effort, but ultimately BTK showing why they are second place here in North America.
Yeah, I mean, stats don't lie, and apparently the scoreboard doesn't either when it comes to the point system for the NACT fall. Just another excellent game from BTK. Avalon, though, they do show some promising signs, but like you mentioned, it's the slight minor mistakes that catches them when it comes to the top caliber teams such as BTK or TOB, who's right ahead of them on the totem pole.
Yeah, we can see here, I mean, a great game here played, but man, ISO 4-0-4. And I even want to say, a lot of pressure put on his lane. They had a great bit of top presence for Avalon, but even toward the end, starting to come in clutch, even being able to use that Dairoth to do his job. His only job was to take out Victor. And whether that was diving through towers to do it into the enemy base, he did it, got shut down by Basic, but I mean, he did his job. And that's kind of, that's what I like about the BTK draft here, is that they had these isolated little jobs that they were trying to succeed with, regardless if they took a kill.
Yeah, and just looking at the backlines for BTK, definitely focus on staying alive. Neither of them died, but now as we are looking at a little bit of a blast from the past, a replay and what led to this beautiful victory for BTK, the fight on the top side, just showing the target prioritization. Not even the hard guard could save him. ISO with the 20-part memories takes down Tarzan, but look at that huge Appraiser's Wrath from Mobazane, the triple damage, and finds Basic. ISO takes down Demon, but that again, a 3-for-none trade. Even though it wasn't a high kill game, just textbook plays from BTK.
Yeah, and that's the problem too, and that's why Zane is so scary on that Fredrin, especially once they start getting ahead. If you're not able to burst down Fredrin, all you're doing is giving him time to line up that Appraiser's Wrath. You saw it there, basically chunked down 3 members of Avalon there. As we take a look here at the post-game stats, we see.
That's right, Mr. Rich Guy being ISO, the carry being Yato. This time, though, it's not a full BTK panel, as Victor, I guess you could say, who's prior BTK, is going to be the sandbag and the forgotten one, the king himself of the jungle, Mobazane.
Yeah, I mean, a great game. And I mean, almost kind of like Victor showing like he was a BTK here. I mean, he's still able to kind of put all up those stats, but once your team gets so far behind, even a Uranus isn't going to be able to do much when it comes to this Dairoth. We can see here some clips from the first win for BTK here. And this is what we were talking about. This is that amazing play where they focus down Basic. He comes in for that blazing duet, and immediately the whole team swarms on him and eats him up. And then that snipe down onto Demon here from Yato. Amazing play. Zoop. Taken out. But and then we have the next game here that we just watched.
Yeah, that feather airstrike from Yato. Again, a more of a dominant fashion for BTK, just holding all the cards toward that mid-game. ISO takes down Tarzan, just showing their comfortability. Mobazane again with that huge Appraiser's Wrath. The Mobile Fred walking around, dominating the land of Dawn, just showing you that they are ready to take it to the LA stage.
Yeah, a great game here. Congrats to BTK for a dominating performance. But we're going to go ahead and change things over to our lovely host, Xena, who I believe has an interview for us.
Yes, before we get into the MVP, we want to welcome the amazing, gorgeous Stella here with us today. How are you doing? And welcome to the show.
Hi, I'm doing good, Xena. How are you?
I am doing amazing. So, can you give us a little introduction about yourself?
My name's Stella. I'm currently a third-year college student studying biology, and I live in California.
Oh, look at you, third-year college student. Big gold. I hear that you are a super mod for some of the most well-known creators in NA, including Zane, Zero, G, and more. How did you get involved in the community?
I first started playing out for fun, but then my friends started showing me the tournaments and I got interested. And so then I started watching these huge creators and pro players, and then I just got really interested.
Oh, well, it goes to show you could be one of the chatters and viewers on stream and become a mod for one of your favorite favorite streamers. But who did you enjoy modding for the most?
That's hard, but I think it would be between Ghost of Zero and Zane, because Zero's stream is really chill, but Zane is really fun to watch.
Oh, you can't choose. I wouldn't be able to choose either. Which team is your favorite team in the NACT so far?
I would have to choose between BTK and KOF since those are my two favorite teams, and I have friends in both.
Yes, and KOF, they have been doing an amazing job this season. I really enjoyed watching them. But of course, BTK second place, wow. Also, will you be attending the offline event in Los Angeles?
I still have to figure out traveling plans, but most likely, yes, I think I'll be there.
Oh, so you guys, if you want to meet Stella, she's going to be there at the event, so make sure you say hi to her if she does show up. Well, thank you. We enjoyed having you and chatting with us today. Thank you for being here. Be sure to catch Stella in one of the top ML streamers chats, as she may be modding at the time. But all right,
Thank you, Zena.
Stella, thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye, thank you.
And no problem. And now for the MVP, T's strategic farming in Avalon space helped them get a leg up in game 1, and the way BTK was able to answer back to Avalon's aggression by targeting the objectives gave them game 2 as well. T is our MVP. Tell us, what do you think about these choices and heroes, guys?
And that's amazing for me because we were just talking about how rough of an early game that T had. So it's kind of amazing to see he down but not out. 5-4 in the second game, had trouble dealing with Victor in the opening minutes, but as the game went on, you could see he had a mission in mind, and that was to take out Victor at any cost, and definitely one of the big keys to the success of BTK.
Yeah, I love how you kind of mentioned that, right? It looked a little shaky in the beginning, especially when there was a 2v1 situation up against him on that Dairoth, and he wasn't profiting, but he still maintained proper footing. He didn't lose his composure, and he regained that focus and started dominating. You know, an interesting fact is he pulled out the Uranus, and they won the game, and then he pulled out the counter against the Uranus, and they won the game. What else can you say about that well-deserved MVP?
Yes, a well-deserved MVP, and congrats to BTK for taking the win. We've got the Ohio Brothers versus BTK up next. These two teams have been at the forefront of the NA scene, so be sure to stick around. You just don't want to miss it. We'll be back in a little bit after this short break.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazing's retry skill on the test, or even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in that voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kacha could not come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Martis.
Yeah. In the voice chat I said Kacha, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Wait, when you hooked Martis, what did they say? Like, oh.
I mean, we just 5. It's just a matter. I mean, it's even better if I hook Madis there, so yeah.
Now that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let Sia die because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything. And we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight. So I just ult Lin for the better. And we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comp. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see best player here. But then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me, as a Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked the Minotaur, completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Rames also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Rames in one shot.
Power dive, but they like used all their utility.
Yep. It was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you recalling right here?
Well. Oh, yeah, I was, a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know?
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think he played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, yeah, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know? It's just like, all situations are different.
And he's like, if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
I mean, for me,
Hello everyone and welcome back to halftime here at the North America Challenger Tournament. We are now at the caster round table. So up next we have this, and during this time you'll get a breakdown of the standings and the many possibilities of who can make it to Los Angeles. So run us through, fellas.
Well, let's go ahead and set the tone here. We're going to discuss what we have as the standings currently. First place, we have the TheOhioBrothers with 200 points at their heels. In second is the BloodThristyKings. In a little bit of a gap there, we have Avalon at third and KnightsofFate right behind them. Bringing up the second half, we have Bloodhounds with 130 points at fifth place, Area 77 with 120 at sixth, and a tie for seventh place, Aggravate Ones and the Night Horde with 110 points here. We know that there are points that can be earned through this stage, and that each team is still kind of vying for a position here at the top four and to join us for the playoffs in Los Angeles, Wheezy.
Exactly. Well stated. And looking at what we are seeing so far, right? TOB and BTK. It's no secret they're sitting at the number 1 and number 2 spot, and we're going to see them in Los Angeles. But I think what we're all wondering is, who else are we going to see? This is the first time ever that we're going to be having teams outside of the top 2 fight it out, right? 4 teams are going to Los Angeles, and some casters on the way as well. And I can't wait to see which way this goes. You know, Avalon and Knights of Fate, they're holding on to that 3rd and 4th position, but there's still a chance for it to be taken from the Bloodhounds and maybe even Area 77.
Yeah, and we saw last stage when it came to kind of the finals there, a little bit yeah, I guess we'll call it an upset. Knights of Fate over Avalon, taking that third place of stage 2. While Avalon still has a secure third place position overall, Knights of Fate kind of brought up the money there when it came to those games, able to get some points in there. And if it goes exactly like it did in stage 2, we still have the possibility of them dethroning and maybe moving Avalon down. Not just that, but we know Bloodhounds are hungry too. Like you were saying, they're very close here in the standings too. So those 3 teams are what a lot of people are looking for when it comes to who could be the possibility for that 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah, and you know, from what we've seen today, looking at Knights of Fate and Avalon, they both just lost with 2 sweeps. So they're already down in the lower bracket, meaning they're only 10 points away. This could still go to either side to hold that 3rd position, have a little bit more insurance. The higher we get, the further we are in the NACT stages, the less and less opportunity you have for these points. It literally is going to be a difference of 10 points when it comes to who has a ticket to Los Angeles.
And a lot of these teams are still vying for some type of position there. And something different here that we haven't really discussed too often, but that $100 that each team gets for every type of series win. So there's still a reason for a lot of these teams to kind of be fighting it out. Whether you haven't won anything yet, or whether you're kind of so far behind in the points, which I think we'll be able to kind of take a look at, like some of the worst case, well, not worst case scenarios, but something that doesn't follow how things have been going. This is the scenario, the unofficial flip case, in case somehow the Ohio brothers lost their hands in some horrible accident and have had to play with their feet and lost every single game. We've talked about this before. BTK, Ohio brothers, already in a secure spot. Avalon could be up there, but there is a scenario, an alternative reality where the Night Horde wins every single game and somehow beats out the Ohio brothers and can capture that 3rd place. We would be looking at a tie for 3rd place. We'd be looking at a double tie for 4th place here, where these teams would be duking it out.
Yeah, right into the multiverse. If this happens, definitely going to be insane. I'm honestly hoping this happens, because that's honestly the most interesting outcome that we can possibly have with this, the unofficial flip case. Let us know what you guys think about that as well. But something interesting to point out here, you mentioned even if TOB lost everything, they're still in 1st place.
The worst they could do, well, this isn't, I don't want to say that they would still be in 1st place. I think they still have when the points, whether as the points are concerned, if they lost everything, they would still have a seat in the top 4 of North America for the playoffs. Because I still, this is saying that BTK lost everything, the Ohio brothers, there's just a horrible hurricane that hit the west and the east hemispheres of the United States, took out all the Wi-Fi. But it's just, sometimes it's really interesting to look at, because a lot of these teams, they still have something to put in there. We've been learning a lot, especially a lot of teams that people didn't know when it came to the NACT to this season. We'd never heard of a lot of them from last season. Bloodhounds coming up from, like, I want to say 96th place now to the top 8. So that's just showing the fluctuating landscape of North America here right now, and what has been going on and what type of potential a lot of these teams have.
Yeah, definitely potential is what we're looking for the battle of the top 4 in the playoffs. But before moving forward, let's go ahead and swing on to our host, Xena Lily.
Hello guys, if you haven't heard, we have secured the venue for our offline grand final. The 2023 NACT Fall Final will be held at Thunder Studios in Long Beach, California, which is in Los Angeles County. This will be the biggest Mobile Legends offline event ever, so with double the crowd size. So make sure you share your experience with us while you're at this event, at any past events you've been at, and what you look forward to in the 2023 NACT Fall. On all of our socials, in chat, and even on the Discord. We'd love to hear your stories. And I will be there as well. Super excited. I will be in cosplay, so I hope you guys come by and, say hi. What do you guys think about this venue?
Super excited, especially about the cosplays. That's one of those little known things about that happen at these events that I love seeing, is the effort that goes into a lot of cosplays. However, the event, trading in the sandy desert of Las Vegas for the sandy beaches of California. I cannot wait for the playoffs and to see, especially every single event has been bigger and bigger and bigger. More and more people have been coming to these, and I can't wait to see what we have in store for California.
I mean, that's right. Even when we started the NACT fall season, we said double the energy, and that's what you're getting, right? And I'm excited as well to be able to meet some of the casters out there, some of the new talent. We got 4 teams competing this time instead of 2. I mean, what more could you ask for? Definitely a huge step for North America.
Yes, it'll be super fun to see 4 teams battling it out live. But before we move on, we have a giveaway for our amazing viewers. And we got 30 giveaway codes on the screen. Be sure to redeem it. The redeem link will be in the description. So you can click on that, put that code in, and you can get a chance at getting that permanent Girl Scout Jawhead skin. So guys, which one's your favorite Jawhead skin?
I think I like the pink candy Jawhead because it's such a drastic difference from the Jawhead that we know, that dangerous mechanical monster that he is.
Yeah, and you know, I guess for me, it's the most expensive one, right? I'm a collector, so I'm just going for the most hardest ones to come by. Maybe a collector on the way coming near us soon.
Yes, we're hoping for that. But before we move on, before we get into this final battle between the TheOhioBrothers and the BloodThristyKings, we're going to take a short break, and we shall see you back in a little bit.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazing's retry skill on the test, or even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in the voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kacha could not come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Mardis.
Yeah. In the voice chat, I said Kacha, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Wait, when you hooked Mardis, what did they say? Like, oh.
I mean, we just 5. It's just a murder. I mean, it's even better if I hook Madis there, so yeah.
Now that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let Sia die because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything, and we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight. So I just ult Link for the better, and we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comm. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see best player here, but then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me, as a Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked the Misatar, completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Rames also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Rames in one shot.
Power dive, but they've like used all their utility.
Yep. It was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you
And it
recalling
worked out
right
pretty
here?
well. Oh, yeah, I was, a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know?
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think we played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know? It's just like, all situations are different.
And he's like, you can if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
Hello everyone, we are back with the final match of the evening, the Ohio Brothers versus the Bloodthirsty Kings. For this, let's check our casting predictions. This will be best of 5, and I look forward to the clash. My vote here was for the Ohio Brothers, but again, you never know who will take the win with these two. So, what do you think, guys? Why did you choose your picks?
Obviously, Yui comfortably sitting there for the rooting for BTK. I mean, I'm a numbers guy. I'm a stats, and it's hard to ignore what TOB have been doing here thus far in the NACT, much like last season during the regular season, just complete and utter domination. We got a little taste of that here earlier too against the Knights of Fate, Wheezy.
Yeah, we definitely got a little bit of taste of that, and again, gonna see both powerhouses fight it out for North America in the winners finals today. I voted for TOB, kind of similar to Private, just because of the statistics, right? Normally on paper, they just have a little bit of a trend beating BTK. Can't say the same thing for a live appearance, as we've seen BTK shock the world in that amazing best of 7 in Las Vegas, but when it comes to the online event, they just tend to do a little bit better.
Yes, they are an amazing team. Super excited to see them all go at it. Always fun to watch these two, the Ohio Brothers, the Bloodthirsty Kings. They are the powerhouses of North America right now.
Yeah, and I know we've got the viewers at the gates right now telling us to just get on with the match. We're getting everybody all ready. This is the match that everybody has really been coming out to see. The top 2 in North America, arguably, well, I mean, according to the points too, top 2 in North America currently going to be clashing it out. Do BTK, do their recent changes have enough of what it might take to maybe be that mysterious push to be able to overcome the Ohio Brothers here tonight? I think we're about to find out.
Yes, we will find out right now, because the moment you all been waiting for, the Ohio Brothers versus the Bloodthirsty Kings. Let's get into the draft.
Ooh, I am excited, Wizzy.
Hey man, it's been a long time coming. Today has been nothing but great matches, right? Some of them fast finishes, others a little bit slower but more textbook. Nonetheless though, both matches today, we saw both of these teams competing and they ended in sweeps. So far today they're undefeated, but somebody's gonna have to fall. Now I know me and you both placed our vote. We both thought it would be the side of TOB and not BTK. Just more on the statistics side of things and what we typically see when we watch them fight it out. But anything is possible, right? We've seen Mobile Zane in Las Vegas literally change the narrative, surprise the world, and take the victory with a lot of these team members that were going against him. So looking at this playing field so far, you mentioned new additions, or I guess a little bit of substitutions. That is correct. We don't see a traditional roamer on the side of BTK, but we do see traditional BTK members, which could make up for it, right? Chicken is taking that roam position, but can that be what cost them this game? Because TOB is still traditionally on their normal lineup. Yes, they got Milo over there, but nonetheless, they have Super Shark, who is not only a good roam, but possibly the best roam in North America. Chicken is definitely going to have to play on his A game.
Yeah, and that's the big topic here right now. Chicken in the roam position. Does he have an outside the box strategy that could possibly be a counter for Shark here, or that can maybe get the rotations faster? The biggest thing what we saw from the last game, OhioBrothers really taking it to the Knights of Fate in the early game, invading the jungle, holding down the jungler so he couldn't get farmed up there. They take the early game and just steamroll through. Almost while what we saw from the BTK in the last game was kind of a more measured approach. Took a couple of licks, took a couple of punches, waited until they got their power spikes, and then they formed that steamroll that was able to kind of capitalize on it. Is that enough when you're dealing with the early game of the OhioBrothers? Are we going to maybe change it up a little bit? It looks like, I mean, with the Fredrin, he doesn't really take off in the early game. We're going with a very, I want to say unsurprising picks from the side of BloodThristyKing here. Fredrin in the early game, we're going to see how well that the team can protect him, protect his jungle, and protect that gold farming that he needs to do to be able to take off here.
Yeah, definitely making sure Mobazane is comfortable. I think that's one of the keys to victory so far for BTK, especially when they have the first pick in the draft. And yeah, they're not going to waste any time. They're going to go ahead and pick up that Fredrin. But now looking at TOB, right? They have the Brody, and they also went in for the Navaria. So Brody, I mean, he's kind of good in the early phase and the late. Definitely has a little bit of that survivability that we mentioned from time to time again. And we've also seen him kind of have an easier time in today's matches as well. More of a common pick. The Navaria as well, sniping from afar, able to possibly steal neutral objectives. I like to say when you have a Navaria on the table, you have two junglers for the price of one if played right. So as we are looking at the draft, they're not even wasting any time. They're just picking them up. Yu Zhong slide it up for T.
Yeah, I like that too, because it tells me that BTK have a plan here, and that the bans or anything else, it hasn't really taken them outside. So this, maybe they have something something in store for the OhioBrothers. I do like the Yu Zhong. We don't see it as often as I think I would personally like to. His ability to kind of get into the back lanes, throw down that Petrify, especially on somebody as slippery as a Navaria. If you throw that Petrify down and you're going to stop her in her tracks, and then the damage that he can unveil. The only problem is the survivability of that Yu Zhong. Once he's executed his plan, he's kind of a sitting duck there, and it's going to be on the BloodThristyKings to kind of close that gap and make sure to punish the OhioBrothers to either secure the escape for that Yu Zhong, or to be able to punish the OhioBrothers further once Navaria goes down.
And best player, getting a little comfortable himself, is going to go ahead and pick up that Lancelot, right? So we know he's kind of one of the best assassins in the jungle for North America. And we know Mobazane's more of the beefy boy fighters and tank junglers. And both of them are very comfortable with their picks. Now, you mentioned T on the Yu Zhong. I think it's a little bit of a safety net for him. Not really sure what to pick. So, hey, I'm going to pick somebody that can work. But it definitely has its downfalls, as you mentioned. I feel like with Yu Zhong, even if you use the Black Dragon, trying to chase down Navaria doesn't have skills that make her stationary. So she's going to be moving at all times. She's not going to sit still for you to be able to drop down her with ease and use the Petrify. And then if you try and go for the other back line, which is Zia on the Brody, not to mention, again, Zia, who has been dominating even today in the gold lane, just out farming all of his opponents. He's running the Brody. He has the Corrosive Strike. He has the stun. He wants Yu Zhong to dive on him with the Petrify. That's okay. You jump in, you waste your battle spell. I use the Corrosive Strike. I'll stun you. I'll flicker away to safety. And my team will follow up and not allow you to do additional damage. So it's definitely going to have to be a battle placement if T wants to pull out Yu Zhong to the best of his capabilities.
Well, and yeah, and it does come down to placement there, because like as you said, if you're chasing down Navaria, as soon as Hoon sees that Black Dragon come out, you know he's going to start trying to create some distance. And then you run into the problem, is your Yuzong like chasing her like all the way back to where your team can't follow up on it? It's a very delicate game to be played here. And like I said, we're gonna have to see how the Bloodthirsty Kings can enact, but we're talking about team fighting. The biggest thing here for me that has been driving both of these teams apart in as far as a scaling and I want to say skill level and victories here has been that early game where, like I said, BTK likes to take that slow and steady route. OhioBrothers come in the open, they punish Zayn, they're all over him, trying to make him think of all these different things. Their main thing is to kind of throw him off the rocker, make sure that they're slowing down his farm, which is his biggest asset, and then taking the steamroll from there. And then that's what I would like to see from the Bloodthirsty Kings here, is to have a plan for that, to be able to counter that, so that they can reach that power spike that they love to see against other teams here. Almost done with the second batch of bans here, as we see him yellow. Ooh, he's gonna pick up the Edith, and maybe kind of like a little bit of a little nod to Fried Chicken. It's like, what can you play in the roam position now that he's taken out the Edith?
Yeah, it's going to give him a little bit of wiggle room. And it's funny that you mentioned, these players. Looking at Super Shark, which is once one of Mobizane's greatest assets, can be his kryptonite now, right? Super Shark, he's known to kind of rotate around. Watch where Zane is in the jungle. Honestly, watching most of the roamers, he's probably the only roamer who is on Zane like glue. We're going to definitely be paying attention to him from the early game. He's going to be keeping his eyes on where Mobizane is at all times. If not, he's known to create that opportunity to take advantage of the early game. And I think that's what kind of separates TOB from other teams, is the presence of Shark and his overall map awareness to give information to the team.
Yeah, and it's funny that you brought it up, because we saw it the last time that the Ohio Brothers and BTK clashed, is a Shark basically had Zane's rotations down. He was blindly lobbing abilities into bushes that he hadn't even checked. He just knew Zane was going to be in there, and you just saw him, like, and then he had to leave, and he's like, well, looks like I'm caught. But on the other side of that, if you've got Fried Chicken here, who's played with both of these guys before, he's probably the closest to Zane as far as people that know Zane, know how he thinks, know how he rotates, and knows how Shark is. Maybe we're talking about somebody who can match those rotations with Zane to kind of be that barrier in front of Shark.
Yeah, you're hyping me up right now, man. Just thinking about it. That's an excellent point, right? You're putting Chicken in the roam position, and he knows Shark just like Shark knows Zane. So they've got this triangle going on, and it's really going to be down to who can kind of execute. Looking at the draft so far, both have been finalized. You're looking at Chicken. He did go in for this Kadita, so they do have the double mage composition, but the Kadita has that group CC for the knockup. They have a lot of CC for BTK. When I'm looking at TOB, I guess it's a similar story. I'm actually liking the draft I see from both sides of the table, which means we are definitely in for a treat.
The one thing is that the Ohio Brothers, they've got a lot of dive. When you're talking about as far as best player versus Mobizane's going to try to attack that front line, get the CC, hold them there, while Yato's going to try to rain down the damage, and maybe T goes into the back lane. That's going to open it up for Kadita as well. However, what you have to match that is the Ohio Brothers, who are going to be able to dash in through all of that and possibly be able to take out the back line before they even take off. And it looks like we're about to get settled here, waiting just a little bit of a pause here, but we are going to be getting settled here for the first game of BTK taking on the Ohio Brothers in stage 3, Wheezy.
That's right, and the giveaway code popping up on the screen. We are here for you, just like you are here for us. Claim that code in-game for a chance to win a permanent Girl Scout Jawhead skin on the screen while it's available. I'm typing it in my phone right now while we're casting, but this is the two top teams in North America, and not just known by name, but known by also the scoreboard and the point system, right? What we have on the table so far, TOB is the top of the totem pole, BTK falling a little short behind them. Can they close the distance, and can they claim this victory? Yes, it's a little bit of a non-traditional BTK that we're used to seeing with Chicken running in the roam position, but we mentioned there are some things that work in his favor. He can give Shark a little bit of a harder time sticking on Zane like he's used to, because he's played with Shark just as much as Zane has. So when it comes into this match, I think both of us like the draft. I think the XP laners The picks were a little interesting. I mean, the Edith and the Yuzong, that's something that I'm definitely going to be kind of keeping a close eye on, who will be able to profit more in these engagements.
Yeah, the potential is there for kind of a little bit of a surprise. I mean, if you can get that Petrify onto somebody, Chicken can come in with the rough waves. It gives Yato enough time to start raining down damage. It's just going to come down to execution and countering. Is Yato going to be in a position where best player isn't going to be able to close the distance, where Mielo isn't going to be able to jump in with that bravest fighter? It's going to be on them to kind of make sure that when these clashes happening, that everybody's in the correct positioning. Especially ISO, he's gonna have. We've talked about this before. The matchup between ISO and Zia, there were points where Zia was like 0-3 in his lane, and ISO was getting like 2 kills onto Zia, and Zia was still out farming ISO. So it kind of comes down to the type of support that we can show into these, and that's like I said, there's so many boxes right now. BTK, you need to support the lanes. Oh, but you also need to make sure that you're protecting Zane. Oh, but you also got to make sure it's like it's just this whole list of things that need to go right, that they need to make sure that they're on top of to have a successful engagement and a successful early game against the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, right? It's definitely going to be a checklist that you have to kind of pay attention to closely if you want to claim this victory. And I honestly think for BTK, they got to look a little bit closer than TOB does. There's still a checklist out there for TOB to be able to secure victory, but it's not as many requirements as we are looking at for BTK, just due to a couple of little things. And this is 2 top caliber, top of the line, best in North American teams, and they're at the top for a reason. We mentioned little mistakes are costly for usually teams that we see in the 3rd through the 8th position. Those mistakes don't usually happen between BTK and TOB. So this literally boils down to one little misstep, one little bush play that can literally end it all for either side. And I think that's one of the most exciting things to see when we watch TOB, when we watch BTK play it out. You know, I'm always taking notes and learning from these individuals, such as all these other viewers and casters who watch, you know, greatness in the making between the powerhouse teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we did receive word that apparently, unfortunately, the lobby bugged the emblems, so they're just going to go ahead, quickly redraft. It's going to be the exact same draft you saw. They're just going to make sure that all the emblems are working correctly before we restart this game. But yeah, like you were saying, Weezy, it's just there are a lot less boxes for TOB, and not just that, but you got the confidence of winning a lot of these other engagements already. 2 engagements from the last stage that you've won, so they basically feel confident in their ability to deal with Zane, in their ability to deal with the team. We're gonna have to see, then that means that it's on the side of BTK to go ahead and have something up their sleeve. It's basically, it's in BTK's hands. You have the ball now. Do you have a change out there that will help you kind of lift you from the common engagements that we've been seeing, from the common endings that we've been seeing to a lot of these engagements?
And you know, if any team could pull it off, honestly, it is BTK, right? They're known to make the impossible possible. I think we all got a taste of that in the last NACT in Las Vegas. So I'm excited nonetheless to see which way this goes. Like we said, a little bit of slight issues with the emblems as we are now in the redraft, but I can't wait to see what happens, right? Moba Zane, he's known for his IQ, he's known for his shot calling, he's known for his farm rotation, but most of these players are known for specific things on each side, right? You've got Zia, which we've seen dominate in the gold lane, usually outfarms his opponent and becomes the one that closes out the game when left unchecked. You've got best player. When it's not Moba Zane, it's best player, right? It's usually one or the other when it comes to the discussion for the top jungler in North America, or somebody representing us as a region in the international events. When it comes to Hoon, I mean, the man speaks for himself, Mr. MVP, right? Definitely has international experience on multiple different levels and can be a problem. I think one of the exciting things to watch out for too is Milo. Yes, we haven't really seen Milo in a main position, and especially up against BTK like we were seeing right now, that the top 2 team. This is his time to stand out and show the world what he's capable of.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Another factor here right now is from the Ohio Brothers, when it came to like roster changes, nothing on the Ohio Brothers. They stuck with the exact same roster. All of the players have all their paperwork correct. They're ready for the playoffs. They're ready for possibly being called to go to M5. So they made very little roster. They've got that synergy, and they've got the exact same form factor that they had from the last stage. We just saw Knights of Fate, not exactly the same team that we saw from stage 2, with a lot of those changes that kind of happened, where Regrets is out and the entire roster has to shift down to kind of cover. You've got Powerless now, who was the roam, playing the marksman. Sir Bossy now is in the roam position. On BTK's side, Joybaj no longer the roamer right now, so you have Fried Chicken covering down for it. I want to say it's the least painful route that BTK could have taken. So thankfully they didn't like rearrange the entire roster to where all these different guys are playing different roles, and it's just Chicken, who arguably probably is the most flexible of the members. But that still might come into play when you're talking about going against the top team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the side of TOB and I see Chicken is running in the roam position, and I played with him before, I'm definitely going to be trying to ban some of the things that I know he's comfortable using in that roam position, right? I mean, we haven't seen him pull out too many roams. I mean, we've seen a Kufra, we've seen an Edith, but nothing crazy or out of the ordinary. Not like a Gal's Cutie with a Cho or something, you know, out of the ordinary that we don't usually see, but is still effective in meta. So I wouldn't say he has the highest hero pool, or he may. He just hasn't had the time to pull it out because he just got thrown into this position because he's a flexible player and he has a high IQ. And still, like you said, the least path of resistance for BTK. But that still puts a lot of pressure on his table, especially going up against Super Shark. If we're looking at both teams and we're talking about keys to victory, right? Number one, if we're specifically for the side of BTK, got to disrupt the synergy from the Ohio Brothers. It starts with stopping Shark from giving Zane such a hard time in the jungle. Then it also goes to finding some pressure in the gold lane. Make Zia get punished when he tries to be overly aggressive and take the advantage in the early game, because we know that's where he thrives. It's just a little bit of tabits that BTK can do. But for TOB, I mean, TOB is going to do TOB things, right? I mean, it's the same lineup. They haven't really changed much. They're just going to focus on shutting down Mobazane in the jungle and then also having Shark out-rotate Chicken in the roam position.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to, when it comes to these engagements, is making those decisions. You covered it a little bit, I think, with the last game, is that once you see something happening, a decision needs to be made, and it needs to be taken immediately. If you're starting to fall a little bit behind before that first turtle comes up, are we going to go for the turtle? Are we going to decide, no turtle, let's go ahead, try to gank the gold lane first, and then try to create some type of pressure there? And that's where it needs to kind of come up on BTK, and that's on them to kind of make those adjustments as the game start progressing out there. Because like you said, you put the pressure onto the gold lane, but then immediately, as soon as you're done with that, now you're going to need to go ahead and make sure, is Zane protected? And that's why I said, like, it's a big job, and I feel like it's going to be a lot for Chicken to handle, and hopefully he's up to the challenge here, because like he's going to need to have his mind constantly on that mini map, where he's going, what he's doing. Can I make something happen here? If not, I immediately need to go ahead and do something else potentially good for my team, because the Ohio Brothers, they're so quick to react. We saw in the last game, they're so quick to react to a lot of things that happen on the map. If they see you down at gold lane, not making anything happen, they're immediately going to go ahead, get to the XP lane, and encounter you there. And that's why it's going to be very important. And I feel like Chicken is going to he's got a huge weight on his shoulders right now. But if anybody can do it, I think it can be Chicken. He's been the most, even when all the critiques have kind of come on to Zane for some of these teams, I want to say Chicken has been the most reliable, the standard when it comes to BTK. Even when BTK kind of gets beat in a lot of these games versus the Ohio Brothers, Chicken usually takes the least amount of deaths, despite playing that XP lane, that melee character that usually takes a brunt of the damage during a lot of these engagements. So like I said, if anybody can handle it, I feel like a Chicken could, as the most flexible player in there. But it's gonna be a lot. They have their work cut out for them.
And speaking of work getting cut out, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the winners finals as we are on stage 3, day number 2. The two powerhouse teams, the gods, are flipping a coin. BTK going up against the Ohio Brothers in a best of 5.
Yeah, just a small break there, guys, just to kind of build up the tension for you. But man, this is going to be an exciting game. Like we said, I'm really excited to see how Chicken performs here. Does he have Shark's number? Does he know what to expect here to kind of keep things even? Oh, actually, is Fried Chicken playing mid?
Yeah, it looks like he is in the mid position, but I think he's in. Oh, this is interesting. I really want to see how this goes. I think Yato's still in the mid position. Chicken was just clearing for him on a rotation. But nonetheless, you are right. We're going to be keeping our eyes on the tank mage synergy as this match progresses. It's going to be a race. It's going to be a battle of who can pull off the micro first.
Yeah, we can see here a lot of focus here. The best player's going to go ahead. Oh, man, big pop-up.
Oh, huge punish. Chicken does fall. Hoon drawn first blood for the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, this doesn't bode well. We were talking about it in the last game that Fried Chicken might not be as knowledgeable when it comes to how much distance and how close he can get to get that vision and still keep himself out of harm's way. And the TheOhioBrothers punishing him big time for it.
Definitely punishing him. And we know between these two teams, something that wouldn't be a huge gap with the lower teams is dramatic when it comes to these two teams. As Chicken finds a kill, he does take down best player. A little bit of a response back for the early death.
Yeah, I kind of would have preferred for that kill to go on to ISO, but Chicken definitely had something to prove. He got killed early. He's like, all right, I got to make up for that. And able to find the kill there. So it is tied 1-1 here. T doing a good job in the back lane, but might be caught.
Yeah, it does get knocked up from Shark, and Milo takes the kill. 2-1. TOB leading on the scoreboard as we are going to see this turtle spawn in. Mobazane in position for the retribution, but the three-man team from the TheOhioBrothers to control the turtle pit. Yato from afar is going to be able to get that level 4, but looks like they won't be able to stop them from claiming this turtle.
And this is kind of what I was talking about when it came to some of these objectives. You had your XP laner down, so you basically had a 2v4 in favor of the TheOhioBrothers because you had Chicken up at the top. And there needed to be a call out there because there's no way that Zane was going to be getting through 4 members of the TheOhioBrothers. We take a look at the items here. We can see already we're starting to build up. What did Yui call it? The yellow lollipop that Clock of Destinies we're starting to work on for Hoon. Or not for Hoon, for Yato, for the BloodThristyKings, and on the other side, looks like we're looking for the same thing for the Navaria.
Yeah, and looking at the roamer, Chicken is going in for damage on the Kadita, right? He picked up the arcane boots to be able to do that magic pin nice and early. So you are going to have to watch out for him when he does hide in that bush for an early pickoff if you're not careful. I kind of feel like they should try and focus on Zia, but Zia is running a marksman who has survivability. But speaking of Zia, hit with the rough waves, hit with the Ocean's Oddity, may be able to fall, but finds a kill, takes down Fried Chicken with the assistance of Super Shark and best player.
Oh no, Yato puts himself in harm's way, might be in trouble, and gets cleaned up as well. And this is what we were talking about when it came to that first kill that happened. Fried Chicken got into a position, but just the Super Shark knows better when it comes to some of these ganks and is in a greater position to make Fried Chicken pay.
Yeah, and they already are possibly going to take this turret. Best player pathing through is going to use that Phantom's Execution to escape to safety with 50% HP. But look at the HP of the turret. Gold has been stripped off and is at about 10%. Definitely hanging on by a wire.
Yeah, we already have Zia who has 1 level up on ISO. When I looked at the items, I wasn't sure what Zia was going for. We see Zia actually 2 members here, and this constant bereavement here from a Shark. We're gonna have to use those rough waves defensively to get Fried Chicken out of harm's way, and we're not gonna have that ultimate for an engagement here.
Shark is gonna use that Primal Wrath though. Hit with the Feathered Airstrike. There goes 1, there goes 2, there goes 3. But Super Shark does sustain the damage. We'll be able to recall back to safety, but we'll possibly have to leave Zia alone. Looks like he has changed his mind. No fallen comrade on my watch as he's going to stay and protect his marksman. But down in the turtle pit, we are seeing a 3v2 situation. Zane doesn't have the numbers, but he has the retribution. Claims the turtle for BTK. T hovering around. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's the Black Dragon. Not hitting anything with a furious dive and now taking some serious damage from Hoon.
A great execution there by Zane. 2 to 3 members there in favor of the Ohio brothers, still able to dodge Mielo's stun and be able to take up that turtle. So a great pickup for BTK. We're going to see if they have it in them to continue.
And you mentioned the Ohio brothers' early aggression as best player is going to take down Yato. They're trying to open up the map. They took the turret on the top side and may be able to take the bottom as well. But Zane finds a kill, bursts down Milo.
Yeah, they're starting to answer here. Zane is trying to punish the Ohio brothers every single time they kind of dive in there. Mielo has been known to really dive deep into the lanes. Oh, back line here.
With the Petrify, Hoon trying to get away. Chicken on the chase. Hoon very low. Use the Astro Echo. It's going to increase the slow and the hit marker. Hoon does pick up the kill. Takes down Fried Chicken. Opening up the opportunity, though, for Moba, Zane, and T to take the turret on the bottom lane, but not denying Zia from the open lane on the top side.
Yeah, very good by BTK to kind of see Chicken created that pressure, pushed them well, and zoned them out so that BTK could go ahead and take that tower. But in answer to that, the Ohio brothers, Zia already on the other side answering with a tower of their own.
Yeah, and at tier 2 turret at its most, which is definitely going to be a little bit harder and more profitable for TOB, as you're looking at them leading by 2,000 gold so far. Now, this is not a one-sided story, right? Even though BTK is down in kills, this is a battle of micro, a battle of patience, and it can definitely change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, oh, a little bit of a conceal play here, but they're not actually able to kind of form anything of it. They're just going to be looking for some type of pressure onto this bottom. But like I said, BTK starting to answer now. They're starting to get that pressure. Now we might be seeing an even fight here at the turtle, and I think this might set the tone for the rest of the game.
That's right, both teams have claimed the turtle, but Zane a little bit faster on the retribution so far when it came to the jungler matchup for the neutral objective. But T very low, taking some damage, not able to sustain himself. Best player drawing the kill, but Zane claims the turtle for BTK. May cost his life though. Huge Appraiser's Wrath, the triple damage takes down Milo. May be able to get out with the flicker and the corrosive strike from Zia, trying to take down Zane. Zane with the energy eruption for the stun onto Zia. But Zia gets a kill on Yato. Zane takes down Zia to respawn. Moba Zane, best player, fighting it out. 1v1 on the orange buff. Knock up Ocean's Oddity. Rough waves in. Thorn Rose to negate the damage. The Phantom's execution. Best player gets the safety. Super Shark kite the damage. Forcing Chicken back into the mid lane.
Best player has a horseshoe in his pocket. He's able, and I don't even want to call it luck, because the Ohio brothers did a great job of providing a path and securing it for best player to be able to get out there. The immense amount of CC. But let's talk about
Whoa!
Oh my God! Hoon gets taken out.
An absolute deletion right there in the mid lane. Didn't even need his teammates. He's just soaking when it comes to damage, but Milo in the mid lane taking some damage himself. Rough Waves goes down to escape to safety by Fried Chicken.
And I want to talk about, like, BTK, they had a great plan, especially in the back. Yato even trying to help out Zane. But that's just the level of play for this marksman, for Zia, to be able to get in there. He sees Yato comes in, throws that last haymaker out there to kill Yato before he gets taken out himself. And that's just the caliber of marksman that you have from Zia here.
Yeah, but right now you are looking at BTK leading the way in terms of turret so far. Milo is going to find ISO, takes down the marksman for BTK. Zia picks up a kill. Speaking of marksman, shuts down Fried Chicken. 10-5 on the scoreboard. TOB leading in kills, but still losing on the map. But looks like they are slowly trying to turn this around.
Yeah, they're trying to. Mobazane's still doing a great job, still farming, still trying to get his luck here. But you can see now the force continues. They dive into a fight.
And you are going to see the Feather Airstrike go down from Yato, doing some serious damage to TOB, forcing them out from that seize on the mid lane turret.
Yeah, and we're kind of closing up this gold lead. It's only about a 1K lead right now, but I'm not sure what BTK has in store. Can they counter this next Lord fight?
Boba Zane taking some serious damage, about 50% HP. Chicken rushing in, doing a little bit of chip damage to Shark, but not much to really be worried about. Looks like the Lord Pit will be controlled by the Ohio brothers.
Yeah, and right now you have the kills on Moba Zane. I almost would prefer that, the kills to be on another hero, maybe the marksman or the mage, because, I mean, the only thing that Moba Zane can kind of offer right now is that tanky, is that thickness from it. He has been able to kind of throw down a good amount of Appraiser's Wrath, and he's not doing so bad. He's being able to counter the Ohio. Oh, actually, as I say that, they're going to go ahead and see him up here at the orange buff.
Yeah, Zane is going to go ahead and claim that, though. A little bit more additional farm at his disposal. But we did see Zia sneaking around the map, just claiming these turrets. Now evening up the map against BTK. Both teams claiming 2 turrets and may be able to get another, as you are seeing the siege for the tier 2 on the bottom side. Chicken, ISO, T in position for the denial. For the airstrike going down from Yato. Best player finds T with the mega kill. Phantom's execution in, finds ISO for the double. Super Shark is going to take down Chicken. 3 members falling for BTK. Mobazane by himself. The knock-up, the damage is there, and Hoon secures the kill. Yato will fall as well. A full wipeout. TOB with the monster kill, pushing down the mid lane. No members of BTK will spawn in for the next 9 seconds, which will open up the siege of the base for TOB. But do they go to close it out? They have the minions, they have the numbers. T by himself needs to get to that minion. The Black Dragon down, but not in time. 10 minutes, 55 seconds. TOB claims game 1 against BTK.
A clean pickup for the Ohio brothers there. And you could see the frustration and feel the frustration from Mobazane there at the end too, as he dove in to all 4 members of the Ohio brothers. There was nothing he was going to be able to do. And even a correctly played Kadita, you saw Chicken go in. He tried to get the Petrify and the Rough Waves on to Hoon. Hoon just purified out of it and was able to kind of punish them all immediately for it. So, I mean, they just had an answer for every step forward that the BTK had. Ohio was able to take 2 of their own.
Yeah, and like we mentioned with these 2 teams, a slight mistake, right? Something that would be like a hair of a mistake when it comes to these 2. You give them an inch, they take a mile. Not something you usually see with the 3rd through 8th place teams. And this is what separates them with that gap. And TOB just able to profit. They push through the mid lane. They take 2 turrets and they take the base crystal off of 1 slight mistake from BTK.
I mean, and the stats here tell the story. I've said this before. The Ohio Brothers, each one of their members always kind of like a highlight reel for each player on their team when you're looking at how to play a certain role. Best player here, the jungler, 6, 1, and 7. Unbelievable game for him, and they just kept that pressure up.
Yeah, pressure makes diamonds or burst pipes, and right now, the Ohio Brothers stacking up that bag, as you are going to see them claim victory for game number 1 in the winners finals. But it is a best of 5, as we are looking at a replay. Yato drop down the feather airstrike. Best player picking up a kill. This is kind of where the Ohio Brothers started taking the advantage, and the game really turned in their favor. You see the Lord pushing on the top side. Didn't even need to wait for it, right? They are a team that is overly aggressive, but it always works in their favor. They know how to make people uncomfortable, as you are seeing Zane trying to sustain himself, but just so much damage from TOB.
Yeah, at this point, best player was we don't call him fat, but he was just so much gold in his pocket, so many items that as soon as he dove into the back lines, there was nothing stopping him from wiping out Chicken, wiping out ISO, and then eventually putting the finishing touches on to Yato. And you can see here, best player, gold per minute, 862. That's more than a base sitting Uranus that we saw from the earlier games here. And then the damage dealt in the 10 minutes, 50,000 on a best player there. I mean, a great game there played by him.
Sandbag went over to Mobazane on the Fredrin. It was like 93,000 damage that he took in that entire engagement. There were some impressive plays though, right? Zane was holding his own for a lot of those engagements, and he definitely had a little bit of a faster hand on the retribution when it came to the matchup against best player, even when he didn't have the numbers in his favor for the neutral objective. But again, those small mistakes is what TOB is kind of known for, capitalizing on and expanding with, right? So jumping into game 2, I will say Chicken, he fell a little bit too early for me, right? I want to say he picked up 2 deaths within the first like 4 minutes, but he started making up for it. He started noticing, okay, I got to slow down a little bit, regain my composure, and then we didn't see it happen again. So I think maybe jumping into this next match, being a little bit more patient, definitely not wanting to die within the first 2 minutes, should be a game plan, and prepping for the first neutral objective, because you know that's definitely one of the keys to victory, to be able to turn this in their favor. As this is 1 point, this is currently a best of 5, it's still anybody's series.
Yeah, not just the early deaths, but I want to say, I don't know if there was a miscommunication or the first objective we saw, it was a Zane and one other person, I can't remember who it was, against 4 members of the Ohio Brothers, while Chicken was up at the gold lane providing support to ISO. So I'm wondering, I mean, I don't know if there was the miscommunication there, but I feel like you do one or the other. You really can't split up your priorities like that to where you have half of your team at the turtle or half of your team up at top, because you're especially against the Ohio brothers, they're going to have protection for that. They're going to make sure that they are secure and stuff like that. And you want to have all of your forces kind of balled up to one to try to take them on. But like I said, I mean, this isn't as much as we like to throw the critiques out for Chicken, this isn't his normal role, and maybe this is something that BTK is going to need to think about when it comes to that roam position and what you're kind of putting out there. Chicken, like I said, he's an XP laner. He's been a marksman. I can't really put a finger on how many roam games he's had, but it's obvious, especially when you're pitting him against somebody like the Ohio brothers, against arguably the #1 roam in North America. There is a gap, there is a difference, and there are advantages that Shark, or there's holes that Shark is taking advantage of.
Yeah, and you mentioned the IQ and just how smart of a player Chicken is, so he definitely can close that gap, but it's going to be a challenge. I mean, we stated this since the beginning, and they're definitely going to give him a run for his money. Now, something I also want to put a couple of eyes on is Zia. Can we just talk about how elusive he's been so far on the marksman, right? He's all over the map. You're usually seeing him claim objectives with little to no punish, and then just snowballing with the damage, so maybe getting a little bit more focus on him. This is not only just a BTK thing, but this is what we've been seeing with Zia all day today. He has definitely been in his mode to dominate for the gold lane.
Yeah, he's, like I said, the best player, Zia, like all of these guys are usually very highlight reels for how you're supposed to play these positions. I do want to say though, in BTK's favor, I did see a lot of like things where Zane, where you're like, he's learning, because Mielo, I've noticed, maybe it's the inexperience of playing with the team. Like we said, this is his first season as a main rostered member for the Ohio brothers, but he does tend to make those dives to try to get those kills and then try to sneak out the back way. We did see that Zane was able to actually punish him a few times for that in the last game too as well. So they are starting to track on. It's just that the overall, I don't want to say ambience, but the overall strategy for the game, there's just, it's crazy when you're going up against a team like the Ohio brothers, because if you start moving your troops over here, the Ohio brothers going to attack over here. If you realize that they're coming over here, you've already started rotating too late. It's just, there's a lot on the side of Ohio brothers here for BTK to kind of mount. Such great players here so far, and like you said, Zia being one of the big ones. Elusive is an understatement when you're talking about his marksman.
It's funny when you try and think about the Ohio brothers playstyle. Like you would try and say, okay, they're aggressive, but then they're also patient. But they're aggressively patient, right? They just wait for a slight mistake, and then they seize the opportunity. It's insane, but it works in their favor, and it's a really good skill to have. They don't really make too many mistakes. BTK, they're more of a patient kind of team too. And they're very textbook. I wouldn't say they're as aggressive as the Ohio brothers, but what they do, it's proven to work. And as we are jumping into the second match, we got to look at the differences in the draft as well. And we are seeing some similarities, but some differences, right? The X-Borg has been slotted in, but the similarity that we are seeing for TOB is they have a Kadita. Yet, actually, no, BTK had the... No, TOB had the Kadita, and... No, actually, no. TOB has the Kadita now. BTK had the Kadita last time. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Now, I mean, it is strong frontline composition with Moba Zane on the Fredrin, on the X-Borg. Zane getting very comfortable, right? This is another Fredrin pickup. And something that we are starting to see more picked up time and time again is the Brody. It's definitely been something really strong and dominates, but this is going to be ISO running the Brody this time, so I really want to see how this plays out. I do think BTK needs to find a way to stop Zia, or at least match him and go to where he's at in that lane. You can't just let him get these turrets for free. Yes, they're getting trades, but eventually Zia gets so fed because they're not punishing him as a marksman that he starts to scale a little bit better when it comes to the 5v5 engagements.
One of the things for me is, I want to say, dare I say, ISO, when it comes to the Zia and ISO matchup, Zia has shown, like, time and time again, even if he gets taken out and ganked, he can still out-farm ISO. So we're talking about kind of a difference when it comes to the gold laning ability there. So you definitely need to have an answer for Xia, and that answer is not ISO. You need to have pressure on there, and this is the problem, and a lot of the critiques, where a lot of the critiques come from for Zane using the tankier frontline type of junglers, is that if we're looking for an answer, we almost can't really count on Mobazane because he's got another priority. He's got to tank the front line. He's got to stay in the front there to kind of get his team to kind of get back there. Whereas somebody like Best Player who can play those assassins, he can dive to the back there. If he sees a problem with the marksman, he can get to that back lane quickly. And that's where the Bloodthirsty Kings need to kind of enforce their will. Like I said, if you allow the Ohio brothers to play their game, BTK is going to have trouble because, like you said, you're allowing these people to get farmed up. Now we have a Uranus there. So if we start focusing onto that gold lane, you're going to be allowing Yellow to start getting farmed up on the Uranus. It's going to be very difficult here for them to kind of overcome these strategies that we're going to be seeing here from the next game.
Yeah, T is definitely going to have to kind of keep up with the mobility from Milo on this Uranus in the XP lane. It's definitely one of the keys to victory that we're going to be focusing on today. Another thing is Yato. He picked up the Valentina, and he's going to profit because there is a Eve on the other side of the playing field and a Kadita. So definitely something that he can use at his disposal as we are now jumping into game number 2 of the winter finals between the Ohio brothers and the Bloodthirsty Kings. 1 win so far for TOB.
Yeah, one win. We're going to see it's a priority from Fried Chicken remains the same. We saw him put a little bit of pressure onto the marksman lane, but I want to say a few ganks that didn't go in his direction that kind of turned the tables. We can see here from the emblems, the Ohio brothers got a little bit of agility mixed in with tenacity. Nothing special, a lot more tenacities on the side of Bloodthirsty Kings to kind of withstand that early game ganks, and a lot of tankiness for them as well. The later and later we get, I feel like this is going to go over to the Bloodthirsty Kings' favor, but we just need to reach that point in the game.
We are seeing the Festival of Blood from Fried Chicken and also Milo to be able to survive with that spell vamp. Now, game number 1, it was no secret. The first 2 deaths from Chicken definitely were costly, but this time, Best Player is going to draw a kill. Shuts down Yato in the mid lane. 1 kill for BTK. Or TOB, actually. BTK takes the death.
Yeah, and that's super unfortunate for BTK, especially because I feel like that could have been a little bit avoided from Yato. Kind of, if you don't have somebody there protecting you at mid lane, you want to still kind of create some distance. Always expected, especially from the Ohio brothers, who just, oh god, Best Player.
Ooh, is going to dive in with the Phantom's execution. Maybe able to get a pick off, but no! Chicken! With the counterplay, takes him down. Mobazane takes down Super Shark. A 2-for-none trade. And now BTK takes the lead and kills.
Yeah, a nice engagement there. Zane able to pick up a kill. So was Fried Chicken. Oh, and we're starting to kind of try to punish the Ohio brothers for this early aggression, especially diving in there. Best Player got a little bit greedy there, and BTK there to punish them for it.
And now you are seeing Zane in position for a possible retribution, but Best Player does puncture in. Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution with the retribution, and claims the turtle for TOB. You're going to see Yato take down Milo. Super Shark does fall as well. 4-1 so far. BTK leading in kills, but losing the first neutral objective. But the invasion on the purple buff. Looks like they were able to get it.
Zane was able to get it. Zane was able to get it, pick it up there, and they punished the Ohio brothers for that first turtle. It's now 1-4, a good early start for the Bloodthirsty Kings. This is what we were talking about during the first game, is we need BTK to handle that early game before the snowball, or they're going to have trouble. And now we see TOB trying to get in here, put some pressure.
They're responding back, trying to take Zane's purple buff. You got to admire the tenacity from these teams, and he does take it.
Yeah, in answer to that, and this is what we're talking about. We need Fried Chicken to always be aware of kind of protecting Zane and trying to put some pressure on to this gold lane as well. You can see him on here on the back, but I mean, a good game so far for BTK, 1-4, but we need to start making something happen here. We can see on the Bloodthirsty King side, ISO already picked up that Blade of Hephaestus, and both mages looking to still get their first item. So I mean, we're doing a good job when it comes to the marksman lane here for BTK and in the early.
And Yato picks up the manipulation with the IMU, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now, I will say the difference in this game is Chicken is having a way better early start, right? 3 out of the 4 kills he has been a part of for BTK, and this time Shark is the one that takes the 2 early deaths, and on the same hero that we saw Chicken fall short on.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is I feel like this is just really a lot more comfortable. This is exactly why they went ahead and took that Edith in the first draft, is because Chicken is very comfortable on that hero, and it's something that melds very well into both the roam and the XP position, and probably provides the least amount of holes in the gameplay. Big pop-up.
Yeah, manipulation drops down from Yato. Last Insanity with the flicker in from T, doing some damage on Hoon. Fire missile, fire stakes, throwing it all at him. Secures the kill. Turtle still in play. Best player in position for the retribution. The knockup with the Ocean's Oddity. The rough waves. T immortality has been proc. Thorn Rose goes in. T takes down best player. Zane claims a turtle for BTK. As you are going to see Milo taking some massive damage from Chicken.
BTK has come alive in the second game here, 1-6 right now, and that is and now starting to claim objectives from the Ohio Brothers. Last time they had the trade-in objective for some kills. This time able to pick up both, even withstanding a great set there by Super Shark with those rough waves. So they're doing a great job here. They're executing in the early game, and they're a cohesive unit when it comes to these objectives and these objective fights.
Yeah, speaking of objectives, Shark taking some heavy hits is going to go ahead and get out of that damage. Best player wrapping around with Thorn Rose. Phantom Execution. Zia secures the kill, takes down Chicken. 2-6 so far. BTK, though, they are leading in terms of kills, but they are tied on the Turtles. It's a 2,000 gold lead, possibly in their favor, but ISO is now by himself on the bottom side.
Yeah, and that's the problem too. Now we're at 2-6, but were we able to transition these kills into objectives? We got one more kill for the Ohio Brothers, and they used that momentum to claim themselves a tower. And that's what we need to start seeing from BTK to kind of withstand, because once you start losing towers, once you start opening up that map, it's going to be hard to stop the Ohio Brothers. Ooh, as we see best player steal an orange buff.
And you are going to see the manipulation drop down, but a counterplay. Zia finds fried chicken. Yato drops down a manipulation of his own with the IMU, but best player wraps around and shuts it down, secures the kill. It's now 4-6. TOB is starting to stack up these kills and may be able to turn this game in their favor if BTK is not careful.
Ooh, ISO might be in a little bit of trouble here. 4 members, and that's going to be an easy cleanup for the Ohio Brothers. Just when BTK were starting to try to get objectives of their own. The XP lane, both of these guys just ignoring each other, going for the cutting of the lanes first.
Yeah, definitely got to be careful when it comes to these two teams fighting it out. Next neutral objective is on the table. Turtle at about 25% HP. Milo rushing in, but Zane with the retribution a little bit faster than best player will secure this objective for BTK. T takes down best player in the process.
Yeah, a great job at the turtle objectives here. Looks like Mielo is in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to go ahead and tank that out. But, I mean, BTK still, this is the most even game I've seen from them thus far, except for the, I want to say the first game they played against TOB. The first series they played against TOB in stage 1.
It's definitely looking a little bit better, but Super Shark finds ISO. Gonna dive into the turret, secure the kill. Right now, you are looking at them being even in terms of turrets.
Yeah, and now Zane doing a good job starting to enforce his will in the enemy jungle, trying to refuse that from a best player. And now diving into the backline, allowing his team to get some time on this turret.
But high execution from best player rushes into the minions to delay BTK from seizing that turret. Definitely focusing on what's important right there, and that just shows you why these two teams are the best of the best so far for North America.
Yeah, and right now it is neck and neck, narrowly a 2K gold lead for BTK, and I want to say they need to start making something happen now. Maybe start losing. A lot of their players have been getting caught. I mean, a Shark, you can't argue with his positioning and his ability to kind of catch players, especially for on a person or on a hero like Kadita. They need to stop getting caught for someone to start having an advantage during some of these objective fights.
And, you know, I think this is going to be the situation where this is where you got to start paying attention to Zia, right? This is where he shines. He starts rotating around. He's super elusive and mobile, and he'll sneak these objectives in their favor if you're not careful. But the battle in the mid lane, Zane doing a little damage, but getting a little as well, as you are seeing both teams focus in the mid-river. Even best player joining the party, but nobody falling. But here it goes. Mobazane rushing in. Razor's Wrath. ISO finds a kill, takes down Milo. Yato takes down Hoon. Manipulation does drop down. Chicken finds Super Shark as T rushes with the last sanity, finds Zia. That is 4 members falling for TOB. The full team of BTK still alive.
Yeah, what a great set there. Mobazane comes in, Fly Chicken right behind him, gets the pop-up, and then the Appraiser's Wrath from Zane, finishing off the team there. Just a great setup and great cohesiveness from the Bloodthirsty Kings. And not just that, but we're talking about, like we said, Chicken not playing the role that he's used to, but very comfortable on this Edith.
Yeah, definitely having a way better game for Chicken. Playing the roam position currently for BTK. You're going to see T take down best player on the 4v1 situation. Now, this is in BTK's favor, right? But anything can happen. You are going to see the manipulation drop down from Hoon. A little bit over aggression, but Zane finds another kill. Is going to take down Super Shark. Zia, very low, but finds Chicken on the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and a great job there. They're really starting to take advantage of the mistakes that the Ohio brothers are making. You can see Super Shark trying to go in there, get CC'd down. As we start taking a look at the items here right now, we can see, I mean, ISO still, I want to say, lagging just a little bit behind Zia when it comes to some of the items, but the rest of the team doing such a great job. T and Zane kind of heading off the front line of the Ohio brothers here as this match goes on. We're at the 10-minute mark, 7-13 in favor of BTK.
Yeah, but you are still seeing Zia having the advantage, having more kills. It's definitely outscaling ISO, which you kind of mentioned, and that may be the deciding factor that they can kind of use at their advantage against BTK if they're not careful. But ISO has a plan, right? He just picked up the Wind of Nature to negate the physical damage, which could help him when it comes to fighting these engagements, especially against Zia.
Yeah, and right now we're starting to see the dominoes align for the Bloodthirsty Kings. This is what I talked about, the early game. If you can withstand that early game, then BTK has a large chance to be able to kind of enforce their will, roll that snowball down the hill, and keep going. We're just going to see if they can kind of keep doing it without making any mistakes.
Yeah, and the minions will be cleared in the mid lane from best player. Definitely trying to keep as much map as he can alive for his team. Right now, they are down by 2 turrets and also down by 1 turtle. BTK having the advantage. But the later this game goes, it can definitely be a flip of the coin on who can win this.
Yeah, once both teams start getting into that late game, it's going to be basically a 50-50 shot and next fight wins the game. Right now, things still in favor of Bloodthirsty Kings, have a commanding 6K gold lead over the Ohio brothers at the 11-minute mark. So it's their game to lose right now. So all they need to do is kind of keep up the pace, keep punishing the Ohio brothers, keep pushing in these lanes, and set up for successful Lord takes and then pushes.
And you can definitely tell TOB is still comfortable. Even though they're down on the map, they are still extending pretty far out. As you are seeing a little bit of these skirmishes starting to happen. But now BTK trying to take advantage of the map. They're trying to make sure that they maintain the aggro on these lanes, right? Clear out these minions and have total map control. I mean, we have about 10 seconds until the Lord spawns in, and that is going to be the deciding factor. Not even necessarily taking the Lord, but baiting it out and taking some kills to create that opportunity.
Yeah, and right now they're doing a great job. Great vision for them as well. And they have a good spread on the map while they're starting to take this Lord. They are a little bit spread off now that Zane is starting on the Lord. We're going to see. I think this next fight might just kind of answer all our questions to where both of these teams are going to be for these next few pushes.
You can definitely tell best player's plan, right? He's rotating around on the safe side, trying to get to this Lord, but T, with the denials, giving him some serious trouble, opening up that pathway for an easy retribution, and does force him out, uses the last insanity. T is just gatekeeping TOB from even stepping in the Lord Pit. ISO is going to find Super Shark, though. 1 member falling for TOB. Make that another as he gets a double. Takes down best player, meaning they have no retribution, and Zane will claim the Lord for BTK, but T is not done. He is on fire. He is going in for more. Another last insanity and a monster kill as he takes down Milo.
T is having the game of his life, and I feel like this is just kind of the correct answer, especially when it came to kind of reorganizing the roster, trying to cover up some of the holes there. Chicken on the roam allows T to shine here, and they are absolutely punishing Shark for a lot of these engagements. He's going in and he's getting bursted down, not able to find the picks that he was able to in the first game. And the BloodThristyKings are on a roll here, 7-16, a 10K gold lead with a Lord coming down.
And speaking of that Lord, now going to crash into the inhibitor for the top side, trying to open up the map in BTK's favor by cracking open that base. You're going to see best player find a kill, take down ISO. Zane will fall into the hands of Zia. 2 members falling for BTK. This is the opportunity that TOB was looking for to be able to have the advantage in this match. A slight mistake from BTK as Zia is going to take down Fried Chicken. Only T and Yato live to be able to fight. And now they have to push back, which may force this to work in favor for the Ohio Brothers to push up these lanes.
And this is where the Ohio Brothers are most dangerous. Once they get a little bit of momentum at their heels, they're going to kind of continue this push. They know what they need to do. They're zoning out and they're taking these objectives that they need to.
1 cannon minion, and they're going to go ahead and take 2 turrets with it. Almost 2 turrets, but they do shut down that minion just in time. But now they got to push out as they're being a little overly aggressive.
Yeah, great job. Unfortunately, only able to get 1 tower with it. So it's BTK still very much in this game, still very much in control of it here. You can see Zia starting to pick up. He's got the Malefic Roar. He's got the Sea Halberd. Crit. He's full items right now. And ISO still doing. I think he's still working on. Looks like he's looking for a BOD for his next item. So still some work there. But ISO still having a great game. The big thing, the big name right now is on T's shoulders here. If they can continue to punish Super Shark and have T kind of crashing in and chunking them down, BTK still is in this.
Yeah, definitely in this. And right now we're almost at the 16-minute mark. We mentioned the later this game goes, it's literally going to be a difference in who can win the 5v5 engagement. And that's going to be the situation we're going to run into here momentarily as we get closer to that 20-minute mark. I mean, even looking at best player and Mobile Zane, both of them pretty much tied in XP. Everybody getting to full build. Divine Glaive being picked up from Hoon. They're getting ready for a battle.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like, big pop-up on the Mielo.
But wait a minute, does he bait out the utility? ISO with the chase does use the torn apart memories. That does work in Milo's favor though. As Hoon, wait a second, he takes down Moba Zane off of screen. That is huge. With him down, they could possibly push in even further and take this Lord because they don't have the retribution.
Yeah, and they were trying to put some pressure onto that mid lane, and that's going to go ahead, force those minions there, which BloodThristyKings are going to have to answer, which gives them an even better opening to go ahead and take this Lord. What an unfortunate turn right now for BTK. They're going to need to, there needs to be an answer for this push if BTK wants to stay in this.
That was a good knock-up over there from Super Shark, too. He waited in that bush. He knew T was going to wrap around and try and steal that Lord with the last Insanity, but he didn't allow it, right? He got the knock-up, and Zane was able, not Zane, but best player was able to secure that for his side. So, right now, with the Luminous Lord making his way through the mid lane, this could be a potential ending for TOB.
Yeah, and right now it's with T kind of on the back foot. It's on. This is where the roams kind of come into mission. Can we get these sets? Can we start punishing the team for getting a little overzealous during these fights? And we see the charge coming in from the Lord.
Does crash into the inhibitor turret for the mid lane. It does fall. Lord at about 50% HP. Ice Queen Wand being picked up from Hoon over there. Or no, the Winter Truncheon to be able to kind of save himself when this engagement does come on the way. But the knock-up, the Terrify, the Chain CC, and the Torn Apart Memories procking the immortality from Milo. Manipulation drops down from afar. ISO finds a kill. Milo does fall. Inhibitor on the bottom side, very low, does drop. Chicken will fall in the process. Best player securing the kill. Yato taking down Super Shark. Zia finds ISO to respawn. This is still a 3-for-3 in the base for BTK.
Did you see best player? Just the dashes all around the map, able to find the pickoffs, drops 2 members from BTK, and now this might be the end.
Yeah, they are still trying to close it out. The inhibitor falls to the top side. The Thor rolls. Zia picks up a kill. Finds Yato. Zane. Immortality has been procced. They are trying it all. Trying to delay them from ending this game. Best player takes down Moba. Zane. T not able to stop them. And TOB takes game 2 against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
All it took was a single push, a single advantage is all they needed. And that's what I was talking about. You need an answer for those pushes or Ohio Brothers are going to take the entire farm.
Yeah, taking the entire, just one push. And this is what we try and heavily put some emphasis on, right? One slight mistake and they're able to close games. That's just what TOB is known for. Even when BTK has pretty much everything at their disposal, all the objectives, the lanes, everything looking like it's going to work in their favor for a finish. That one mistake is what TOB waits for, and then they just make the most out of the situation yet again. And now, currently undefeated so far in the winners finals, 2-0. They only have one more chance. This is match point in favor for TOB.
I don't even know what to say. I'm almost upset. Bloodthirsty Kings played the game of their life. T could not have been any better. They were sound. They had the objectives in mind. They were punishing Super Shark for a lot of his engagements, keeping best player at bay. But in the end, even the stats don't really speak to it. Just narrowly under a 2K gold lead for the side of the Ohio Brothers. 15-18. They weren't even winning in kills and still able to take that. And I want to say a lot of that in due to Zia and his constant ability, his just solid marksmaning from him, even at their worst moments for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, the man's 7-1-7. The proof is in the pudding, and it's right there in front of BTK's face. Zia has been a problem time and time again, not just for, BTK, but for multiple teams with his out-rotation in the gold lane, as we are looking at a little bit of a rewind from what we've seen in game number 2 with best player taking down ISO, the struggle on the top side, Zia taking down Moba Zane, slowly inching their way up the map. BTK trying to get away, trying to escape to safety on their aggressive push, just not working out in their favor. And this is where TOB kind of turned it around before they had their early push through the mid lane to close it out. And like we said, one slight mistake is all they need to profit.
Yeah, and it was amazing too. And it was off screen and I couldn't see what happened that took out Moba Zane initially to start that Lord fight, which started the push for the Ohio Brothers. But unfortunately, that was just more than they needed. And you can see here from the stats, Zia, bro, even though the BTK was ahead most of that game, look at the stats here, that an all in favor for the Ohio Brothers. Gold per minute, damage dealt. I mean, damage tanked. That's Sandbag isn't really the bragging point for a lot of these. Fried Chicken played the game of his life too here. Great amount of assists, great setting for his team. And it kind of begs the question now, what does BTK need to do to get this victory over the Ohio Brothers?
That is a really hard question to answer, because when we kind of look at that match and we break it down in each phase from early to mid to late, because that did go to late game, right? That was almost 20 minutes. BTK did what they needed to do. They were winning the initial objectives, and then they just fumbled at the end, a slight mistake. I mean, we didn't get to see what exactly happened to Moba Zane off screen when I believe Poon picked up that kill, but nonetheless, they took out the jungler, and that opened up the opportunity for TOB to take that Luminous Lord and finish the game out. So definitely gonna have to keep our eyes on the jungler and also the marksmen, right? Watch Zia. Stop letting him get out farmed. He is a problem time and time again. Now, this is game 3. This is possibly match point. BTK has to be at the top of the game if they want to stay in the winners finals.
I'm kind of wondering what you do here if you are the Ohio Brothers or BTK. On the Ohio Brothers, I'm wondering, they had a lot of trouble dealing with the Edith in that game. This the amount of CC that they were able to protect. So that meant that every single time the Ohio Brothers made a mistake, they paid for it, because they just got CC'd down into a coma. Whether it was best player trying to dive into the tower after trying to secure a kill onto Yato and then just getting stunned and popped up like he was in a bouncy House of Doom. Like, they had a great synergy when it came to that, and they were able to punish Shark in the early game, which we don't see very often. Punishing him for those rotations, especially on a hero like Kadita, which kind of offset him, made him a lot more frustrated throughout the game until, as we were talking about, able to kind of collect himself and find that opening to be able to kind of be dominant again. It's going to be an interesting game here. Possibly the last game point here for the Ohio brothers. BTK need to find an answer.
Now, you know, it's really interesting. I think one of the things that TOB shines in is when the match is not in their favor, they don't play like your traditional team. They don't kind of hug back in their base or hug back in their turrets. They still play in the middle of the map as if they have the advantage. And I think it's just their comfortability and what they can pull off that makes them shine. When you're looking at BTK, right, they're still fighting them in the middle of the map, even when BTK has the map advantage. And I think that's where they can kind of turn it around in TOB's favor. And honestly, that was a late game win, right? I mean, BTK had the early game, they had the mid game in their hands, but they weren't able to close it out with the early finish. And it's not the easiest thing to do against a team like TOB. Honestly, it's the hardest team to do it against. But when you can't get that early finish after you get all those neutral objectives, after you have the advantage, all TOB has to do is play to the late game. They're like, okay, we can wait, we'll play patient. They'll make the mistake. Just a random mistake in a 5v5 matchup is all they need to wait for. And that's what happened. Mobazane falls, Hoon picks up the kill, they claim the Lord, and they close out the game.
Well, and that's kind of the problem there. I do like BTK opened up. They were able to close that gap in the early game. They were able to shut down Shark. They were able to kind of get everybody gathered for these objective fights. So it wasn't chicken off in the marksman lane, helping out there, split priorities all over the map. No, they had one single mind and one single goal when it came to a lot of these objective sites. And that's what was working for them to kind of push them into the mid. However, the problem is when you start getting into that late game, like you said, it becomes a 50-50. It's a coin flip. Once you start getting full items, you can't do any better. You can't get any stronger. You can't get any more powerful. So then it just becomes who makes the first mistake. And unfortunately, it seemed, well, I can only assume Zane made the first mistake at some point. He got caught off screen, got taken down, and that just opened it up for BTK. And as strong and as strict as you are in the early game, you need to be even stricter as you move into that late game, because it doesn't matter how strong you are. All it takes is one team fight to change the course of the game.
Speaking of the game so far, we are now looking at the draft on the way, almost midway through. BTK picking up some strong picks. Yato on the Navaria. They have Ice on the Beatrix, which means they have double the sniper capability. If they can line up them both at the same time, and maybe a possible one-shot, or I guess you would call it a two-shot. And then you also have Paquito making an appearance yet again. Not something too out of the ordinary for BTK. I can't wait to see where this plays out to.
I was just about to call out, like, you've got those assassins. Right now, you've got a decent amount of mobility on the side of BTK, so you're looking at an assassin who can kind of get back there, keep up with the pace with running around with them. And the answer would have been Lancelot or a Ling. They go ahead, put on the Ling here. He's going to be able to kind of throw down with that Tempest of Blades, pop them up, and kind of slow them down. We're going to need to see maybe some type of peeling potential. I mean, Edith isn't taken out just yet. The only thing is that Edith is kind of like, she lugs around. You know, it takes her a little bit of time to kind of get there. If she's in the front protecting Mobazane and helping with the CC there, that opens it up for the Ohio brothers to dive into the back, because there's not really much protection here just yet in the current compositions that we see for Yato or ISO.
Yeah, and right now, best player is going to pick up that Ling. He's going to go for that assassin. One of the things Ling has in his advantage, yes, he took a little bit of a nerf, but he's still high mobility, right? He can get around, he can take those turrets when things are not in their advantage. And honestly, BTK has been great in the neutral objectives when it comes to the early, when it comes to the mid. I mean, Mobazane definitely has been out-retrying best player when it comes to the turtles and the lords, but it's the late game that is a problem. And when things are not working in the favor for TOB, it helps them to have a Ling to be able to rotate to the opposite side of the map and take these turrets. So definitely going to have to keep their eyes on to best player on the Ling with the high mobility. But as we are seeing the bans on the way, it looks like Edith will be taken off the playing field.
taken off the playing field by BTK as well, which is a very interesting pick there. You were talking about retribution here, and I know that one of the big critiques is Mobazane's retry is off, or his retry game isn't strong, but that's a team effort when it comes to that. You have the entire team when that lord gets, or when that lord gets down, it's the entire team's responsibility either to all collapse and put damage onto that turtle, onto that objective, or to be zoning out the rest of the team to give some breathing room for somebody in that jungler position to be able to get that retribution without getting CC'd and bounced all over the place. Last game, BTK did a great job of that. Everybody was present. Everybody was supporting. There was a common goal there to clear things out so that Mobazane could have the time and the focus to be able to take down the turtle or the lord. Like I said, it just came out towards the end there. And that's what I want to see from the team here when it comes to these objective fights, when it comes to this early game. Team effort, everybody has the same thing in mind, nobody off in some of these other lanes here. It's gonna be very interesting here, man. I want to say, I don't know what the record is on Faramis, especially when it comes to the Ohio brothers using it, but they've been rather successful when it comes to a lot of these sustaining compositions.
You know, speaking of compositions, we're almost at the final pick for this draft. Currently 2-0 TOB at match point. They could close it out with our third sweep of the day, and a bold statement. They're going to go ahead and pick out the Atlas to solidify this draft. I always love watching an Atlas game. I don't know, something about those Fatal Links are just so impactful, but it is paired up against a Franco from Fried Chicken. A Franco that can use that Bloody Hunt against the Assassin play. It can stop Hoon from using the Co-Alter if he's in range, or even grab Hoon to the team for a possible pickoff. So I don't know if it's going to be the easiest thing to pull off, and I think it's a little bit due to having the Bakito and the Fredrin on the same side. Now, do we see Mobazane running the Fredrin? Pretty much guaranteed, which means this is going to be a Bakito up against the X-Borg. Now, the Bakito can profit. He does have to play it a little bit more safe. Doesn't want to get hit by the fire missiles, but if he can wrap around, he definitely can burst down that armor from Milo. But we're talking about Milo, you know, the new upcoming star on the main roster for the Ohio brothers. We got to see where this goes as we are jumping into game number 3. Bloodthirsty Kings up against the Ohio brothers. Match point in TOB's favor.
Yeah, in POB favor, we need to see Bloodthirsty Kings kind of hang in there in the early game, provide that assistance that Mobazane needs, let him get that farming out, and see where this game takes us. And not just that, but be able to kind of close it up there. We're going to see how well this goes. I do not. I feel like we're countering counters with counters right now. As like a Fried Chicken, who's he going to grab? Is he going to be able to take down Hoon? If he does that, then Shark's going to answer with a Fatal Links of his own. We can see here a lot of mobility picked up and the agility, especially on the side of BTK. You've got agility and quantum charges pretty much stacked on their side. So they're looking for a lot of mobility there. And unfortunately, not a lot of purifies on their team with an Atlas.
Oh!
God.
Iron Hook across the land of Dawn. Does it lead to a kill though? Yes, it does, and Chicken picks it up.
Yeah, great start there for the side of BTK, doing a great job. This is what I want to see from BTK in the early game. Best player, I believe he was able to pick up that minion there, but I mean, a lot of ferociousness here from BTK in the opening first minutes.
I was definitely going to say the deciding factor, a huge deciding factor for BTK is Chicken's performance on this Franco, and a little sneak peek of what we just saw. If he plays like that, I don't think they have anything to worry about, but we are looking at Zia on the top side. Another one of those keys to victory is shutting him down. He's been profiting so much in the gold lane, but look at the play. Possible Fatal Links on the way, but he doesn't have level 4. Zia will find ISO, though, nonetheless. That's not just any player. That is the marksman for BTK, delaying their ADC. Best player jumping in as well for some chip damage.
Not able to pick up 2 kills, but they are able to pick up the single kill before the first turtle is taken, and that's unfortunate for BTK. That's now tied at 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 so far, even on kills. It's no secret when it comes to these two teams. They play for the late game, usually looking at an 18-minute finish, but so far today it's been a completion from TOB to close it out. But Hoon very low, trying to escape. Shark on the chase, does get the stun on a T, but they don't have the damage to take him out. Turtle has spawned in.
Yeah, very similar opening game for BTK here. They've got the power. They're putting on the pressure there. Even Shark having a little bit of trouble kind of maintaining the front line for the Ohio Brothers as the BTK is having a great job kind of flanking and getting around it. But the Ohio Brothers in a good position for this first turtle.
Yeah, you are seeing Milo, though, trying to gatekeep Mobazane from hitting the Retribution. Best player does wrap around. Both junglers in position. Zane, again, out-Retri's best player. There goes the Iron Hook, not going to connect, but a flicker in with the Bloody Hump for the suppression onto Milo. Appraiser's Wrath from the damage of Zane. Not really going to do much to the Ohio Brothers, but the taunt is still there with the Energy Eruption. Zane on Hoon like some glue. And T with the heavy left punch to secure the kill.
Yeah, they are all over the Ohio Brothers right now. We were just talking about that too, especially when you saw that Hoon with that great Nether Realm support. Another hook!
Huge play from Fried Chicken. As Yato with the snipe from a mile away secures the kill on Shark.
Yeah, I like this. I like this from Fried Chicken. We're not just dancing around being an XP laner, using a fighter as a roam. We just went full roam. We picked up Franco. We didn't go with some fighter composition with it, and he is shining in it.
Yeah, definitely shining so far, right? I mean, you're looking at BTK leading in terms of kills. They're up by 1,000 gold and another Iron Hook, but this time onto the marksman for TOB. This may even give Zia some trouble in the gold lane.
Yeah, right now Zia sitting at level 6, so he's about the same thing with ISO right now. And now BTK turning the tables, gonna start putting some pressure on the Ohio Brothers jungle.
But the response back, they're gonna fight it out for the purple buff. Tips of Blades does drop down. You are gonna see best player pick a kill. He's gonna find T. Mobazane very low, does not sustain himself. Hoon does secure a kill on him. 2 members falling for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Just too much sustain, too much CC at the Ohio Brothers front there for that. You had the Nether Realm come out to keep the Bloodthirsty Kings top. To keep the Bloodthirsty.
Whoa!
Yeah, or who was that? I think that was Hoon comes in for the kill, but a suppression at the bottom takes out Mielo. But like I said, there's just so much going on that Bloodthirsty Kings need to fight through to actually get the kill onto the Ohio Brothers during these team fights.
Yeah, and we also got to keep an eye on Zia. Yet again, finds a way to take the turret on the top side. But on the bottom side, a trade on the way is T. Left unchecked, we'll be able to take that turret for BTK.
Yeah, a massive amount of damage for T so far. He's going to go ahead, take that, and now we're going to go ahead, fight for this next turtle. See if Zane has what it takes to get another steal away.
Oh, but the double set with the fatal links. Last second from Super Shark. Last sanity from Milo. Tips of Blade dropping down for best player. Finds Mobazane. Yato takes down Shark, but best player with the retribution claims a turtle for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, they get the turtle. They lose a 1. They take 1 from BTK there. So all in all, a good fight for the Ohio Brothers. But I like this, that BTK still keeping the pressure on. They lost that turtle, but they're going to go ahead and keep on pushing, trying to get those objectives and punish the Ohio Brothers early game.
A risky play from T, but he's able to escape the wrath of best player with barely any HP. Is going to have to go ahead and recall back to safety. We are looking at both teams being even in terms of turrets, but in terms of gold, we are looking at Zia having the slightest advantage so far. He's definitely outscaling ISO yet again, but not by much. In the mid lane, though, Super Shark is going to find Fried Chicken. The taunt, the knock-up from the Energy Eruption, the Astral Echo going out from afar, and the Snipe. Zane will pick up the kill. No, ISO takes it. He's going to go ahead and secure that kill. Burst down, Super Shark.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job too. Here, BTK, we saw the items for a second. Hunter Strike already picked up the Clock of Destiny on to Yato as well. And then ISO already picking up that BOD as well. So they're in a great position. They're dishing out so much damage here in the early game. And you see on the other side, I mean, more of a weathered pace there, except for, of course, the jungler, best player, who's still kind of coming up with a lot of those damage items. So Bloodthirsty Kings just have a lot more ways and avenues that they can go in with a lot of this damage in the early game when it comes to these objectives. We just need to see if they can kind of continue transitioning these into objectives.
Right, they do definitely have a little bit of a slight advantage in terms of the map by having 1 additional turret, right? Now, the goal difference isn't that much. It's only 600, so this is still pretty much a stalemate between both of these teams. We mentioned best player running on the link. He does have a little bit of an advantage rotating around this map when the things are not looking in their favor, right? He can use that mobility from the Finch pose, go in and take the turrets. But then again, he has the invulnerability with the Tempest Ablaze to be able to drop down and get a Retribution on these Lords. But Mobazane's just been a little bit faster so far in the Retribution.
Yeah, and he's been doing such a great job trying to snatch these up. I believe that's 2 turtles to 1 right now. We're going to be transitioning into the Lord soon, and this is where these fights are going to come. We're reaching out of the laning phase here and looking to kind of continue on this pressure. T putting on some damage on the Hoon. Is he going to be able to get away?
Oh, forces out the flicker. Best player rushes in, and now a punish on the way. Perfect match from Super Shark, not able to close the distance, even with the conceal play. Still 6-6 on the scoreboard, but if history goes to repeat itself, TOB, they're known to play it out to the late game, and that's when they start to thrive.
Boy, T just took off. He was a speed for that, trying to get out of there. Even ran through the tower of the Ohio Brothers to get away. I'm actually surprised Best Player wasn't in a position to kind of use that Finch pose to kind of capture him from the back line. So they're just doing such a great job right now. But like we said, it's those mistakes as we start moving into the late game. We need to see if BTK can kind of hold on to this lead and transition it into a something that's inescapable for TOB.
And speaking of escapable, Best Player caught with some heavy punches from T. Tips the blades down. The knockup puts T on a trampoline and Finch poises to safety. But I wonder how... Oh my goodness, Iron Hook. Suppression from the Bloody Hunt. Fried Chicken catching one. Milo will fall. Yato securing the kill. Zane with Energy Eruption on the Hoon. They have the numbers. They have the damage. Yato secures a double and takes him down.
A very different game. I almost want to say this isn't as dominating as BTK was in that second.
Whoa.
Oh, here comes a Fatal Links.
Does go in for the set on the Chicken. Torn apart memories as well from Zia. A lot of utility to take down the roamer for BTK. You got to ask, was it worth it? On the top side, though, T will claim the turret.
Yeah, claims the turret there. This is going to go ahead, set up this next Lord, especially when you don't have your roam. Still 10 seconds, so I think the whole team is going to be up. We just need to be able to watch these corners, and it doesn't look like they're going to go immediately for it. Oh, they might have caught ISO.
Yeah, but Best Player very low. Hoon takes down ISO, but Best Player hit the Astro Echo. Same with Hoon, same with Shark, and Zane, seizing the opportunity, takes down Hoon, and now pulls the aggro for the Lord.
Oh, a great pickup there for BTK. 1-for-1 trade. But on the other side of the map, Zia doing a great job capturing towers and punishing BTK for it as well.
Yeah, and speaking of punishing, Zia at about 50% HP. T just putting on the damage. Man has cinder blocks in his boxing gloves right now. You are going to look at the Lord at about 50% HP. Mobazane in position for Retribution. Yato on the backside, though, taking a lot of damage. Best Player is going to secure the kill. Mobazane, though, getting pushed out of the Lord Pit. Milo zoning out BTK. Chicken going back in. They don't plan on letting this objective go without a fight, but here Super Shark does have the Fatal Links. Suppression goes in. You're going to see the Co-Alter activated. Timson Blade dropping down. Retribution. Super Shark takes down Chicken. Zane, again, finds a neutral objective. Claims the Lord for BTK, but now the punish may be on the way. Milo dealing some damage. Zia finds T, and both teams disengage from the Lord Pit.
They paid for that Lord with 2 deaths on the side of BTK. I want to say it's still in favor of BTK. A great job dancing around that. And this is kind of the problem. This is what we've been wanting to see. The problems that happens when you're using an assassin against a tanky player when it comes to these Lord engagements. And now we can see kind of the full force of that because you have the BloodThristyKings in a great position, zoning out the rest of the team, helping Mobazane to try to get those retributions as well, and then putting on the pressure to Best Player.
We are now transitioned into the mid game, slowly creeping to the late. Right now, you are looking at 3 turrets in favor for BTK, and also a gold lead up by 1,000.
Yeah, we see that Fly Chicken already picked up a decent amount of defense. As we look on to the marksman position, BOD and Hunter Strike, and the Malefic Roar for ISO. On the other side, we have a Zia. Oh, we have a little bit of engagement.
Yeah, engagement on the way. Zia, Mega taken down with the Fatal Links for the set. The huge save to keep their marksman alive. Zia picks up a kill off the assist, takes out T. Milo Fried Chicken. Best Player finds ISO. 4 members falling for BTK. Mobazane trying to fight out against the full team of TOB, but Zia, yet again, Trupples over, takes the kill, a full wipeout as TOB now will push up the map.
And this is what we were talking about at the beginning when we saw the draft. There's so many avenues that the Ohio brothers have when it comes to these team fights. Not only do you have to get through a cult altar, not only do you have to get through that damage from Yellow, but you also have that fatal links from Super Shark that can set your entire team. There's so many boxes that you need to check if you're BTK to have a successful fight, and we're starting to see them get overwhelmed by it.
Yeah, that was definitely costly, right? They lost 4 members and then it turned into a wipeout. They can't afford for that to happen again, or TOB will close this game out. I mean, they're stripped down. Their base has been cracked open on the bottom side as that inhibitor has fallen.
Yeah, and right now the gold lead has shifted, just about a 2K gold lead for the Ohio brothers. They are in the commanding lead here right now. Well, not even a commanding lead, but they have the momentum. And we've talked about this before. That is the most dangerous Ohio brothers to face because it's so hard. They're so tight on the choke that they put on to enemy teams. And they just keep squeezing and squeezing. As the game keeps on going on, they keep punishing you more and more. They keep taking objectives. So it's honestly, it's on BTK. They need to wait. They need to be patient and find these picks. They have the optimal composition for it. Fried chicken. Oh.
Almost connects with that iron hook. Right now, you are looking at Zia still having an amazing game. 5-0-4, best player alongside him. 5-0-6, just dominating so far in this match. But BTK, they don't plan on letting these objectives go with ease, right? They still have the fight in them and the possibility to turn this around, as Chicken has been pretty much on point with these iron hooks. We haven't really seen too many explosive sets as we've trickled into the second half of this game, but we still can't count them out. I think if Chicken can place a proper hook and catch a backline or the jungler, BTK can still close this out.
Yeah, we're going to see if it's possible here. We got a pretty decent spread right now. T able to go ahead, take a tower. Best player in a very peculiar position here on the back flank here, looking for an opportunity to kind of get in there. This is kind of the dance you play when you're playing an assassin position during these Lord fights. You're going to want to get in, swoop. Oh, man, they're in such a great position. It's so crazy because the best player goes up for a Finch pose. He's going to get caught by Franco.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on him right now, wondering what his game plan is. He is going to rush in to the Lord, realizes it's very low, and there he goes. Is going to claim it for the Ohio brothers. Cool, calm, and calculated for the jungler of TOB.
Yeah, and that's what I talk about. That's just some of those things that I can't even react to, is that the ability of some of these great assassin junglers to be patient, know where the Lord is at, and then be able to swoop in, get the retribution, and then disappear into the night. Likely here for the Ohio brothers. Right now, BloodThristyKings are going to need an answer. We've talked about the pushing power of the Ohio brothers. They are able to close games even with non-luminous Lords. So it's on the BloodThristyKings here to kind of be able to counteract that here as we have a luminous Lord crashing down at bottom.
That is going to be a problem, right? I mean, TOB is known to try and close this out with these Lords, and they may try and go in for the finish here. BTK has to have a strategy. They need to be able to fend them off and stop this Lord at all costs, as you are seeing the lanes be synced from the Ohio brothers for a possible seize and a possible ending for this game.
Ooh!
All right, you are going to see the Iron Hook with the Bloody Hunt suppression. The silence on a Shark, but he did bait it out, which means there is no Bloody Hunt. Maybe a slight advantage, though. He didn't use the Fatal Links, if I'm correct, which means he does have the set potential still.
Well, yeah, and that's just such a great read by Shark not to use it because his team wasn't in a good position for it.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, Milo far behind enemy lines, but speaking of enemy lines, you are going to see Super Shark Immortality being procced. Mobazane falling, Zia taking out T, gets a double, finds Mobazane. A new MVP is in the building, but wait a minute! Chicken is gonna snatch it away from his chest with the Iron Hook. Down goes Zia. Chicken, though, immortality has been procced. Best player to respond will take him down. Yato by himself. And he stopped them from closing this game. Milo immortality being procced with minions in the mid lane. The flicker in from Shark. God. The emote, the last insanity, the suppression, the explosion, and the base crystal at 10% HP. TOB, a clean sweep in the winners finals against BTK.
BTK came at it. They had their best outfit on, their best haircut, their best strategy, and unfortunately not able to topple North America's #1 monsters at the top of the leaderboard here, the Ohio Brothers. A great effort, a great game, but man, can we talk, no matter how down and out the Ohio Brothers are, there was that shining light, that beacon, and his name was Zia. Always where he needed to be, not taking deaths, and the comeback king for his team.
You know, I thought it was hilarious at the ending. Like we said, Zia definitely, hands down, has to be MVP for this series. But it was funny at the end when Chicken denied him that glory and hit him with that iron hook at the end. I mean, even Chicken was on fire. Honestly, I'm impressed with Chicken's roaming capability. Yes, they didn't win a game in this series, but he definitely has top talent when it comes down to it. As we are now in the post-game stats, 10-20, TOB, an amazing performance to close out this series with a sweep.
Yeah, no slouch there either. Best player, 7-0 and a great game by him. I want to say the brunt of the damage here. We can go ahead and take a look at this replay, and this is just kind of what we were talking about. So much to deal with, whether it's a Nether Realm, a Fatal Links coming out. You had so much to deal with as BTK to try to stop these pushes from the Ohio Brothers, and eventually it was just too much. They didn't have it, and Mobazane here, trapped by himself, gets taken out by the TOB as well.
Yeah, TOB, man, just showing the world why they're sitting at the top of the ladder in North America. As we swing over to the post-game stats, you're looking at a little bit of a spread, 2 for 2 on the bottom. The rich guy going to best player, the carry for Yato with the most damage dealt. Forgotten one with Super Shark, an amazing 15 assists, and then Mobazane again just taking a beat down on soaking up all that damage with this Fredrin in the jungle position with over 100,000 damage taken.
Yeah, and he was doing his job, and this stats kind of talk for themselves too. They tell a story that isn't as clear as a sweep in the face of BTK. They did what they were supposed to. It's just like we were saying, those little mistakes toward the end of the game. Once the Ohio Brothers get that lead, once the Ohio Brothers have the momentum coming, it is almost impossible to stop him. As we go ahead, take a look at this, at some of the replays from these games.
Yeah, on the bottom side, Yato just find it out with that feathered airstrike, but best player just on fire with these jungle pits. Super Shark taking down Chicken. Definitely interesting to see them going head to head in the roam position against each other. Hoon finding Mobazane, and this is what led to that wipeout to pretty much secure victory for the Ohio Brothers in that first series. And as we pan over to the second match, looking at TOB, similar story, a slight mistake, taking the advantage of it and making the most out of the opportunity.
Yeah, and they did, and this is like where we saw kind of those. This is what started, I want to say, that setback for BTK when they were in such a firm lead in game 2. They lost the advantage. The Ohio Brothers started punishing them, and then the cream of the crop is where Zane gets picked off. And this is what we were talking about from that last game. You come in, you've got Fatal Links, you've got Nether Realm to deal with, you've got the damage from Yellow. There's just too many boxes for BTK to check to have that successful engagement until ultimately you're just left down to Mobazane.
Well, I'm dying to know. I know you're dying to know, and everybody in the audience. Let's swing on over to Xena Lily for the MVP.
Yes, the Ohio Brothers synergy is one to beat. They're making their own version of the Ube strat here in North America with their aggressive patience. They took Series 3 of the day. Our gold lane machine, Zia, will be the MVP. What are your thoughts of our MVP, guys?
Man, I just have to say, I have been such a fan of watching Zia. I think last season he was on Ackerman. Didn't exactly have the ability to shine, I want to say, with protection. And I almost want to say here, too, as well, he doesn't have as much protection in his lane, because I want to say the Ohio Brothers are usually kind of focused around other areas of the map, but that's because they trust Zia to be able to make the right decisions in his lane, know that if he doesn't see people on the map, he's going to step back, make sure he's safe. And that's kind of the best thing that you can ask from a marksman, especially when your team is doing bad, is to have them be patient, not die, not feed, and still be able to put on that pressure once your team gets that advantage.
That's right. It's the little things, right? Taking advantage of the opportunity and trusting Zia. I think that's what we're going to say today. Definitely having a game plan and spearheading the way for TOB. It was a best of 5. It definitely was exciting to see, but it's not the end, right? We still got the lower bracket, and we still got to see these teams fight their way up to the top 4 positions and the playoffs. So more to come on the way.
Yes, it is not the end, and congrats to the Ohio Brothers for taking the winner's bracket. But speaking of brackets, let us go in and check what our brackets currently are. Today we watched the Ohio Brothers powerhouse their way to victory against the Knights of Fate, and then BTK with their strategic plays giving them a leg up against Avalon, and leading to the final match of the evening, the Ohio Brothers proving they deserve the top spot as they take the upper bracket. Moving down to the lower bracket to join the Night Hordes, Bloodhounds, Aggravate Ones, and Area 77 are the Knights of Fate, Avalon, and BTK. They will be duking it out next week to see who will be going against the upper bracket champs, the Ohio Brothers. So guys, you guys have any last words for our amazing fans?
Man, it has been an exciting bit of, I don't want to say drama, but man, the roster shakeups that have happened. So it just means that the landscape here is always changing. And let me say, while BTK lost, they came very close to being able to upset. They're starting to grow and grow and grow and starting to learn more and more. And I feel like these, especially when it comes into the lower brackets, we might be in for a surprise when it comes to the finals.
Yeah, and to kind of tag on to that, today was pretty intense, right? It was a lot of sweeps, but honestly, all of it was interesting to watch, and I was at the edge of my chair casting it alongside Private Dancer, who you don't really get to see me and him cast together on the professional scene for NACT, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Private. It was a pleasure casting alongside you, Xena Lily, amazing host, and I hope to see you guys on the next one.
Yes, and it was a pleasure casting alongside 2 very boisterous, energetic casters. But we want to thank you guys all for coming and spending your Sunday with us and for all of your support. Without all of you, we would not be here today. But see you guys all next week for our final live stream before the grand final in Los Angeles. Bye, everyone.